speakers from some of the best universities of the world working in the frontiers of several branches of economics.
Ladies and gentlemen, this year we are honored to host 3 plenary sessions, special lectures apart from several paper presenters participating from various universities and institutes in India and abroad. We are sure you all are as excited and thrilled as we are looking forward to having a successful and a fruitful winter school in the next 3 days. We hope that all the attendees enjoy and benefit from this winter school.
We'll begin the program with Delhi University Kulgeet, and for that I invite Bidishri and Jyoti on the stage.
I request you all to please stand up for the Kulgeet. जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम श्रेष्ठ सुंदर दिव्य दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय विहंगम जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम सकल वसुधा निज कुटुंब की भावना संस्कृति सनातन आधुनिक शिक्षा पुरातन ज्ञान धाराओं का संगम देश की स्वाधीनता हित भूमिका शतकोटि वंदन निष्ठा धृति सत्यम के मंगल दिव्य भावों का समागम जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम भव्य महाविद्यालयों के परिसरों से चिर सुशोभित श्रेष्ठ गुरुजन कर रहे नित छात्र और छात्राएं दीक्षित सदचरित्र चार पावन साधना संकल्प संयम नवल वैश्विक चेतना नव क्रांति संस्कारों का उद्गम जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम श्रेष्ठ सुंदर दिव्य दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय विहंगम जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम I request you all to please sit down.
Thank you, Bidishri and Jyoti. Now I invite Professor Ram Singh, Director, Delhi School of Economics, to deliver the welcome remarks.
A very good morning. I welcome you to the Winter School 2024. So, Winter School, organized by Center for Development Economics at the Delhi School of Economics, is a flagship event of the CDE and actually of the entire Delhi School fraternity. We look at Winter School as a capacity building program. This is how the Winter School was conceptualized by people who initiated it, Professor Kaushik Basu and others who set up Center for Development Economics and also started Winter School. We have been doing our best to carry that vision forward. So in its early years, Winter School was mostly targeted at Indian scholars, senior PhD students, job market candidates, and young faculty to provide them a platform where they get opportunity to listen very eminent scholars from across the world who also give them feedback during their presentations. Second component, second fork of this vision is to get young scholars opportunities to present their finished papers and to get feedback from each other, from one another, and also from senior scholars, eminent speakers in winter school. Third component has been to provide opportunities to do network with each other and seek mentorships from people, senior people who take part in this process. So this is the vision we have been carried out, we have been implementing, executing to our best of abilities. During last few years, we have had pleasure of partnering with the Econometric Society. So as a consequence of partnership, the visibility and appeal of winter school has gone up. But there has been one byproduct of this is that now the entry, the submissions for parallel sessions, a lot of submissions are from international scholars. So, and we felt that there was some crowding out of Indian scholars, especially those coming from state universities, from regional research centers. To make up for this, and while preserving, treasuring our partnership with the Econometric Society, for last 2-3 years, we have increased intake acceptance of research papers, and that in the hope that will still give ample opportunity to Indian young researchers, scholars to present, to showcase their research, and also to learn in the process. And we have been, I'm happy to share that we have been very successful. My colleague, Manish, who is Executive Director of the Center for Development Economics, will tell you more about this year's winter school. But from the competition, the interest that is there in terms of paper submissions and acceptance rate has been coming down consistently. So the increase, there's a consistently increased interest in the winter school. With these words, I welcome you to Winter School 2024 and invite Dr. Manish to tell us more about this year's. And before Manish starts, I also want to share that whatever words I shared with you, these words were in my dual capacity. One as the chair of Winter School Organizing Committee, and second as the director of Delhi School of Economics. So I was at the front, but most of the work was done by the Winter School Organizing Committee. Dr. Manish is a member of the organizing committee, Swati, Varun, Rohit, and Sandeep. So we have they have worked more than I did, and please tell us more about the work that was put.
So we have worked under your supervision, that should be also noted. So generally I use script, although my speech is not that scripted. So on behalf of Center for Development Economics, I extend a warm welcome to all of you to the Winter School 2024. CDE was established in 1992 with the support from Ministry of Finance, Government of India, as a research adjunct to the Department of Economics, Delhi School of Economics. And since then, it has been at the forefront of promoting research excellence. CDE has proud history of hosting projects of national and international significance. We continue this tradition with several ongoing initiatives of substantial scale and impact. Beyond these projects, we strive to maintain world-class research facilities for our faculty and our students. This year, we are thrilled to announce scholarships for 70 MA students of rupees 7,000 per month per student. With the support from IDFC First Bank, which has also agreed to generously fund 2 state-of-the-art computer labs with 86 workstations costing nearly 1.7 crore. Winter School, a flagship event of the CDE annual calendar is being organized for over 2 decades. Since 2018, we are collaborating with Econometric Society to enhance its scope. Each year, the winter school has grown its scale in 2024, and 2024 is no exception. This year, we are honored to host 3 eminent plenary speakers, Professor Rohini Pande, Professor Samuel Kotum, and Professor Thomas Piketty. Additionally, starting from this year, we have also introduced special lectures to broaden the intellectual horizon of winter school, with this year's lectures to be delivered by Professor Julia Case and Professor Arvind Pangaria. Winter school at Delhi School of Economics serves a dual purpose. It offers an unparalleled opportunity to learn from some of the world's leading economists while providing a competitive platform for emerging scholars to present their work on an international stage. This year, we received a very large number of submissions, and after rigorous selection process, we have accepted a record number of 145 papers. Since last year, we have initiated efforts to deepen our engagement with other academic institutions, which is our our effort to become more inclusive in that sense. So we have increased our engagement with the institutions in Delhi and beyond, further enriching the conference experience and promoting broader participation. This year, we received encouraging support from nearly 60 distinguished academicians from institutions like JNU CESP, Center for Economic Studies and Planning, Center for International Trade and Development of JNU, then IIT Delhi, ISER Mohali, Department of Business Economics Delhi University, Jindal University, Delhi Technical University, Institute of Economic Growth, ISI Delhi, Faculty of Management Studies, Ambedkar University of Delhi, Ashoka University, and NABARD, and Finance Commission, and various other government of India organizations. These experts agreed to play a critical role in reviewing the submissions and chairing the parallel sessions, ensuring robust academic engagement and inclusivity. Organizing a conference of this scale requires collective effort. I express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every faculty members of our department for their untiring support. This year, we made a special effort to provide accommodation for all young scholars who requested for it, with generous assistance from Institute of Economic Growth, International Guest House of the University of Delhi, University Guest House, Sri Ram Institute of Industrial Research, Gair Hall Guest House, and Kothari Guest House. So by fostering inclusivity and academic exchange, we aim to uphold CDE's legacy of excellence. Thank you all for being part of the journey. Let us make Winter School 2024 a memorable and enriching experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Manish Kumar. Now I request Professor Ram Singh, Director, Delhi School of Economics, to kindly accompany the speaker and the chair of the first session, Professor Rohini Pande and Professor Chetan Ghate, to the dais and for a group photo. Now I request Professor Rohini Pande and Professor Chetan Ghate to take their seats. Professor Chetan Ghate is the Director of Institute of Economic Growth and Professor at Indian Statistical Institute, Delhi. Professor Chetan Ghate has been closely involved with the Reserve Bank of India in an advisory capacity. He was a member of the Reserve Bank of India's first Monetary Policy Committee. His research focuses on macroeconomic theory and policy, political economy, public finance, and the economics of structural change. Now I request Professor Chetan Ghate to commence the session.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to chair this session. And let me congratulate the Delhi School of Economics for pulling off yet, I'm sure, going to be a very successful 2024 winter school. So it's a great effort, so congratulations. I'm honored and delighted to introduce today's first talk, which is going to be given by Professor Rohini Pande. Rohini needs no introduction to this audience, but nevertheless, I'm still going to give her one. Rohini is very well known in the field of development economics. She's a professor in the Department of Economics at Yale University. She's the director of the Economic Growth Center. Interesting bit of trivia, by the way, IG, as you know, was founded by, and Delhi School, by V.K.R.V. Rao, and V.K.R.V. Rao used to be on the board of the Economic Growth Center many decades ago. And she's also faculty director of Inclusion Economics, which does a lot of policy advocacy in India with state governments, with regional governments on gender-sensitive public policy. Rohini is widely published in all the top journals in the field, in economics. And in recognition of her scholarship, she won the Infosys Prize in 2022. And in recognition of her work for promoting women in economics, she won the Carolyn Bell Shaw Award by the American Economic Association in 2018. She's served on the editorial boards of many journals, too many to list, but she's currently the co-editor of Microeconomic Insights. Rohini's work spans and intersects development economics, environmental economics, gender economics, and political economy. And one of the themes running through her work is how institutions can be designed to empower historically disadvantaged groups. And recently she's been publishing a lot in the field of environmental economics and governance issues. In particular, she's published a very interesting recent paper on crop residue burning and running RCT trials on figuring out what sequence of payments work. Should you pay them upfront, pay farmers upfront? And if you do that, that signals that they're going to get a payment later on, conditional on the fact that they'll stop burning crop residues. So those are all very interesting questions in environmental economics and governance and regulation in general. So with that, let me hand over the floor to Rohini. It's a delight to have you here, and we look forward to your talk. Thank you. So I'll just quickly mention, she has said that she's happy taking clarification questions. So if you have a clarification question, by all means, raise your hand. But if it's something more substantial, we'll wait till the end.
Thank you, Chetan, for that very generous introduction, and thank you very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be back at the Delhi School of Economics, and I look forward to our interaction. So I think I'm going to speak for around 65 or 70 minutes, but please feel free to interrupt with questions through it, but hopefully we'll also have some time after. Let me get the slides up. Great, so let me get started. And so I'm going to give 2 lectures today, and both of them are broadly about the theme of thinking about female labor force participation. And as you can imagine, there is going to be quite a lot of attention on thinking about this in the context of India. This draws on work with many co-authors, and I've sort of listed, hopefully, most of them here on it. I'm going to break this into 2 lectures, and for all of you who've thought about labor economics, I think a very natural way to think about it is in terms of labor supply and labor demand. So I want to start by talking about labor supply, and here I'm going to start by describing some set of facts on what we know. And one of the aims in putting this up front is for the PhD students in the room to help them think about how often one way to start thinking about research projects is to really try to develop a set of what we would call stylized facts and to think about what are the puzzles that we see in the data. And much of the data that I'll talk about here is publicly accessible data that should be able for many of you to access. I will then talk very briefly about how in the literature we have typically modeled households and what are the new approaches that have come more recently as attention has focused more on thinking about beliefs and gender norms. And then I want to talk about some experimental evidence that I and my colleagues have collected on trying to think about what might change or help women who want to work be able to act on that preference. And then in the second lecture in the afternoon, I'm going to turn to the second side, which is the demand for labor. And here, a starting point, of course, very often is to say, well, if there are perfectly competitive markets, then group identity, which is not related to productivity, so issues such as gender or caste or race, should not matter for your ability to get a job, because perfectly competitive markets, you would go for the cheapest labor that provides the same amount of productivity, and that should end discrimination. But more recently, there's been a lot of recognition of the fact that many labor markets are what we would call monopsonistic. So employers have market power, and they may use this market power to gatekeep. And I'm going to talk about that in a specific context for much of the second talk, which is politics, and thinking about entry of candidates and how parties and others may restrict their entry and why that might persist, even if we think it keeps out some of the more competitive groups. But for this part, let me start by talking about labor supply and a focus on the working household. So being at the D School, I thought it was good to start with a quote from Professor Amartya Sen. This is from his 1984 book, Resources, Values, and Development. And he talks about how the family is a remarkable institute and complex, and in fact so complex that much of economic theory proceeds as no such thing exists. And that's true. I think many of you as students will be going through models of rational agents or thinking about demand and supply, thinking about the individual absent of the household. But what we know in the data is that both men and women's labor market choices, both for paid work and for unpaid care work within the household, tend to vary with household formation. And in particular, what we see, and I'll show you a set of data on this, is that spouses typically make different choices. And so this really raises the question of what is it about how a household works that affects labor supply differently for husbands and wives. And I think understanding this is critical for two things. First, I think many of us in this room and otherwise think a lot about the distribution of economic power and labor market inequality. And so if you care about that, we need to understand the role that the household is playing in mediating that. And related to that, very often we design policies, and you can think of quite a broad set of policies, for instance, public finance policies, taxation. The effect that taxation is going to have in labor supply is we typically would write it down and say it depends on the elasticity of labor supply to changes in wages, to the changes in returns in the market. But it is also the case that if the household intervenes, then understanding how that affects labor supply is going to be critical for understanding the impact of policies. So let me start with this figure, which versions of this I'm sure many of you have seen. If you look at male labor force participation, you see very little variation across the world. Roughly, I would say 80% of the world's men work, no matter which country you look at. On the other hand, if you look at female labor force participation, you see significant variation. And there is this dark blue band that sort of extends through South Asia and the Middle East, which is the region where really female labor force participation is the lowest. Now, why is this striking? I think one reason it's striking is that in parts of this band, especially in South Asia, many of the world's extreme poor live. And when you think of the world's extreme poor, really the main source of income that they have access to is by supplying their labor. So if you just, and this is World Bank data, if you just look at labor force choices of those who are living at under $1.90 a day, what you see is that only 10% of the men are outside the labor force. So I said on average 80% of men work, and so it's slightly higher among the extreme poor, which makes sense because they derive all their income typically from labor. Yet when you look at women in extremely poor households, half of them are not working, are out of the labor force. And this is in a setting where really we're talking about households with very low income. And one calculation, for instance, is from the World Bank, which suggests, and this is a few years ago, for every 100 men in poverty, 109 women live in poor households. Yeah.
Just to be doubly sure, this unpaid welfare for female or male does not include domestic work.
No, it doesn't. So basically, and this is something, and I'll come to in a minute, it's been a question of ongoing discussion on how to code it, is any work that can potentially be sold in the marketplace, even if it's not sold, will count as work. Now, I'll give you an example of where there's been a lot of debate, including in India, over PLF in how to code it. If I grow vegetables in, let's say, my garden to eat only at home, that's not unpaid work because you're doing it just for domestic consumption. On the other hand, if I do unpaid work in the fields, and that's actually something, even if the household is getting, I'm not getting paid by the hour, that will count as unpaid work. So largely what we should think about unpaid work is agricultural work where the household may earn income, but I'm not paid for my labor. That's what's being captured there. Thank you. Now, one response often people have is, let's not think about gender issues when we're thinking about important issues of poverty and development, because as countries grow, this will take care of it. So Professor Golden, for instance, won the Nobel Prize a couple of years ago, and one of her most famous contributions in the case of the United States was to show this U-shape, which suggests that as incomes rise, first households choose to spend a bit more of their income on having one member devote time to work in the at home, which is often the woman. And then as incomes get high enough, we have a substitution effect kick in, and both men and women work. However, if you look across the countries, what we see today is very different patterns. So this is some recent work we've done under a Gender and Growth Gap project at the Economic Growth Center. And so what you see here is if you look at the gender gap, so you should think of declines in the gender gap being more women likely to work, you see all kinds of patterns. So if you look at Mexico, for instance, you see as your growth increases, it seems like more women work. If you look at India, it's roughly flat, slightly increasing. And so there's really no pattern across countries that you can say tells us that as you increase economic growth, there will be an automatic force towards women working. And when we have shocks like the recession or COVID, what we find is that it starts mattering how a household decides who to send to work. And here is something that I'll come back to later, which is if all the dots on this lay on the 45-degree line, it would say that men and women have the same views on whether men should have more access to jobs when they're scarce. The fact that most of the data is above the 45-degree lines tells us that men more strongly hold to this view than women. And this is something we're going to come back repeatedly, is that there are differences and preferences within the household on how work should be allocated, especially when there are few opportunities for work. And this shows just the same fact of how much men and women agree on the fact that men should have more access to jobs when a household is going without income. And so there's certainly, I think both men and women tend to think that when jobs are scarce, men should have a little bit more access to it, but there is a large gender gap in this. Must be. Yes, this is from the World Value Survey's data. Thank you. So this is, right now, I'll say specifically when I start looking at data for India. So all of this right now is across the globe. So now, in fact, this is exactly the point of transition, is thinking about what's happening in India. So this is just data showing you, first fact you should see is that when you look at India over time, obviously the dark blue line tells us that there was tremendous growth. And that was the dark blue line we see starting around 1990, just a sharp increase in GDP. If you look at the top light blue line, and we use different axes because they're so off for men and women that if you put the same axis, you won't see it. Basically, male employment is roughly stable at 80%. It may dip up and down a bit, but it remains the same. On the other hand, for women, starting around 2000, you start seeing a decline. And I'm going to come back a little more to the fact that, and I think this is something that has been well documented, is that in recent years, we are beginning to see an uptick. So if you look around 2020, you start seeing a take-up in labor force participation. And many think that maybe this is a very good sign that we had some decline, but now it's increasing. So let's look at that more closely. So now this is looking for periodic labor force survey data. And again, coming to, I think, students in the room, I'd remind you that this is publicly accessible microdata that you can kind of download and use and has a lot of very useful information. So again, what we see here, and it's important to see that the rise in female labor force participation occurs slightly before the COVID lockdowns. And so it was around 23, 24%. And now, on average, it's around 35%. So we've definitely seen a rise in it. But if you break it down and ask, where is this rise coming from? So this is using the categories in the PLFS, which will break it into rural and urban, and within that, what we would call primary and your primary sector and then subsidiary activities. Much of the increase that we are seeing is actually coming in rural areas, and a lot of it is coming off subsidiary activities, which means what did you work on in the last week, not your long-term occupation. And then this is a graph I find very striking, which is we know that in general, the link between education and work for women in India is weak. But what I found striking in this graph is this sharp uptick among the least educated group. So if you look up to, let's say, just before the lockdown, while you see this weak relationship, you also see that college-educated women, which is the this line, was the highest. And we could see, I mean, you could have arguments for it that basically, this is the group that's really investing in college education, the most expensive one, and they're working the highest rate. But what you see is, over this time, these increases that are happening in rural areas, largely secondary subsidiary work, is coming from women with below primary education. And in fact, at this point, in the most recent PLFS rounds, post-secondary is roughly at the same level as primary education. So the uptick we saw of college women working more seems to be diminishing and is replaced by that for least educated women. And unsurprisingly, these groups that are working more are also working for poorly compensated work. So coming back to Ram's question, which is very timely, the largest increase is coming for work which is, you should think of this as agricultural work on your farmland, is work without pay. Right? So household income might be going up because you're working in land, but your own income is not. And so you can see for women, and this is the second one I'd say is a pattern that's very commonly known, that self-employment both within and outside agriculture is the main place where women work. Women are much less likely to work in wage work than men. But you can see this pattern is new, this sharp rise in women working in rural areas, largely on agriculture. Now, it's a reasonable point at this point to actually say, well, before we start thinking these are puzzles we want to answer, is this just something that's happening in the economy? Is this a sign of just very widespread change in the economy? So what we can look at is for men, you do see some increase in without pay, but really the main pattern still remains the fact that men are much more likely to be self-employed. Then you have casual and regular pay, but without pay is the lowest category for men. And again, just because I was going to be short of time, I don't show the separation by education, but for men you see the patterns that you would expect to see, which is the more educated men are more likely to be in wage work and work at least as high rates as others. So I hope this is both some motivation for why we want to look at this and understand what's going on here. But I think for the students in the room, I'd encourage you that as you start thinking about research questions, it's very valuable to spend a bit of time with kind of publicly available secondary data and use that to start trying to formulate questions or puzzles. So let's turn to another source of publicly available data, which is the NSS time use data for India. So here what you see is you can see the minutes in the day that you spend working. And so what's important to see is if you look at men, first if you look at men and women, what you see is unmarried men and women are typically younger, right? So they're the ones who are going to school, so a lot of them are not working at all, so that's why the total amounts of work are less. But you see here that there's already a division between women doing more unpaid work. But this becomes very striking when you look at married men who are doing just 46 minutes of unpaid work at home, but majority is in paid work. And the opposite is true for married women. There's a recent very nice paper that puts together time use survey data from across the world. And again, some of these data are publicly available. And what they show that the ratio of market labor work for married women to men in middle income countries, which is the group that India comes in, is around 40%. So across the world, women do a lot more unpaid work at home. But in India, this number is a quarter of that, or a half of that, sorry, is 20%, right? So generally women do more unpaid work at home and less in the workplace, but this number is much significantly larger when we look in India. And this graph, again, uses periodic labor force survey data to just look at transitions. So what this is saying is if you're 15 or 16 years old, you're likely to be unmarried. So this is the group that's unmarried. And what you're going to see among men is a very natural transition. I am unmarried, and then I move from here, where I am a student, increasingly over time to the dark blue, where I'm both married and I'm working. Okay? And what's very small here is this orange bar, which is the fact that I am married, but I'm neither a worker or student. So there are very few men who come in that category. Most of them, you see this transition from light blue to dark blue. Your marital status changes, and you go from being in education to working. In contrast, if you look at women, it's a very different pattern. Much of the transition that you're seeing is going to be from being an unmarried worker or student, largely I'd say student, to being married and not being a worker and student. So what you're seeing in India is basically women are transitioning from being in education to then getting married and not working. And for this reason, as educational rates have gone up, many people have postulated that the main returns to education for women are actually in the marriage market, not the labor market. And you can imagine that, beyond a point, that is something that for women and for the economy is inefficient, right? Having high levels of college-educated women who are only seeing returns to education in the marriage market suggests that there is some amount of talent misallocation going on. Yeah. Yeah, you see the same pattern across rural urban. Overall, I'd say, and I should have said that when I showed you the patterns, is we are seeing, especially in the uptick, much higher increases in rural areas. Urban labor force participation women is relatively low. So today, I'd say rural is around 35% maybe, or slightly higher, while urban is only around 20%. Ram.
Is there any shift happening to these distributions in a desirable direction?
So, as I said, on the aggregate, the main shift that I think we would think is desirable is in rural areas. We're seeing this uptick in women working, but it's not, unfortunately, very well compensated work. So that's the concern. Yeah. I think the main place where there's a desirable shift is in education. Women are getting educated, increasingly more educated in high rates. I think the big question is this is just not translating into labor markets. And here I think is something that I actually think is quite concerning. This is work by Alison Andrews and Smura using the NSS time use data. So NSS does a time use survey, and it did the most recent one in 2019, which I think, again, is publicly accessible, a great data source. And what this shows you is basically the number of days of an hour you're spending inside or outside the house. So this, you can see, is that basically once you get older as a man, you're going to largely be working, so this is for men, you're working outside the house, while if you're a woman, you're not. And so you actually see that not only are women less likely to work, they're actually becoming more secluded. Now I'm going to move from these sort of large publicly available data sets to just some bit of evidence before we turn to kind of models and more causal analysis is to look at how are these choices being made. And I think understanding this is important for thinking about how should we model the household. So this is sort of data that we collected in Madhya Pradesh in 2017. And what we find is that most women report that whether they take employment outside the household is, in the majority of cases, not decided jointly and not by her, but by her husband. And this is also then true, though less so, for how to spend your own earnings. So coming to Ram's question of what is the positive take on this, one way to think of the positive take is that conditional on being able to work, a higher fraction of women can decide how to spend the earnings. So if you can get women to a stage where they can act on their preferences and work, they will be able to have perhaps not majority of agency, but a bit more agency. And that's going to be one thing we're going to think about. The NSS round in 2011, and that was the last time they asked this question, asked women about their preferences. And I think that's important because very often when you present this data, people argue that, we don't know what it's telling you about preferences. Maybe this is what women want. Maybe as incomes are slightly rising in India, the women do want the returns to education to be in marriage. But that's at least, and I said this is the last data that was collected across India, we don't see in the data. Roughly a third of women engaged in domestic activities say that if they had wage work available, they would like to take it up. And there's more recent work looking at the same kind of idea in IHDS, and when they compute the numbers, it's around 100 million Indian women who they state are actually want to work, but state that they are forbidden in some form. It could either be by legislation or otherwise to work. The other thing that I think you see often, which is striking, is, and this is going to come to how we think about the model, is why are women not able to act on their preferences? And one view of why women are not able to act on their preferences is because it's harder for them to exert an outside option. And one way it may be harder for them to exert an outside option is if they just have less of a community of people they can turn to. You should think about the Indian setting as one in which you are usually migrating at the time of marriage, and then you just have possibly a more isolated setting. This is from the 2015 DHS survey, where you look at kind of controlling behavior that women report of different kinds. So rather than go to categories, I think I just highlight the last clause which says that basically on average, so this is the average, 50% of Indian women say that their household exerts at least one kind of controlling behavior, which would be, for instance, not permitting her to meet her friends, limiting contact, not trusting her with money. And this, I think, is one way of starting to think about how you might want to model it theoretically, which is if women want to work, they face these constraints. So that's what we're going to now come to, having set the stage in terms of some basic data to start thinking about where are these constraints arriving from. Let me stop here if there are any clarificatory questions. Okay. So let's sort of remind ourselves, yeah.
There's also this issue of regular work, a large chunk of it not being under contracts as well.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I think here what I'm thinking about a lot is women not having access to paid work at all. You're also right, there's also kind of temporariness of work, which is the second order issue. This next issue is that you're largely, to the extent you get work in the informal sector.
No, I mean in the formal sector as a regular worker.
Yeah.
In various sectors, there's a huge chunk that is not paid under contracts.
Yeah. I mean, another issue actually, once you start talking about the formal sector, is right now legally in India, it's actually hard to give part-time work, both for contract and non-contract workers in the formal sector. And to the extent that a lot of the discussion has been that providing flexible work may be a stepping stone to having women being able to enter the formal sector, I think that's also another constraint that binds. So turning now to how we would model labor supply in these households to think about it. So just to remind you how economists model this typically, is you think about households that are differed in their own preferences. I'm a person living in a household. I have preferences over my own labor supply, but I also have preferences over other people's labor supply because there are a set of public goods that need to be provided within the household, for instance, cooking food, childcare, and so on. And so what these models mean is that you cannot think about allocation of time in the market without thinking of it outside the market. So how does a household decide how much time will be spent on childcare or other domestic duties that are unpaid, and who does it? So there's one model that you could have is to say, well, the household is really an individual. We don't need to think about the household. They all have the same preferences. They'll do the same thing. We don't find evidence supporting this idea that preferences are same within the household. We have a lot of evidence suggesting that preferences are made differently within the preferences for what to do, how to spend your time differ across individuals. And so I think the literature has largely agreed to focus on what we would call collective models, where you recognize that individuals come together in a household, but they're separate and they have separate preferences. These preferences may be trivially different: what kind of food I want to eat for lunch, whether what time I want to eat food at. But they also are more important decisions about who should be responsible for work at home, whose time takes it. And so I think there's now a broad and very interesting literature thinking about how do these individual preferences lead to collective choice. Do you decide this cooperatively? Do you decide it non-cooperatively? Is it efficiently done? Is it inefficient? So the most basic collective model, and I'll show you some deviations from this in a bit, is to assume that households are Pareto efficient and they decide. And the main thing that we then talk about is this parameter mu, which is the bargaining weight. So you have two individuals, A and B. They need to decide how much to spend of these private goods on which you have preferences, but then you also have to provide some amount of public good, which is going to take time, and this division depends on preferences on allocation, where if for instance, if mu is such that these have equal weight, that would be 1. If mu is 0, that would be, in effect, a unitary household, but also a fully dictatorial household. If it's 1, then it's obviously equal weight on both. And you can imagine that what matters then is trying to think about what drives this bargaining power and where does it come from. And it's Pareto efficient in the sense that you can see here that a man and woman's utility come from different places, but we assume you're somewhere on this frontier. You're just trying to use your bargaining power to decide where you are, right? And then when you have these different models, and I'm not going to go into them in detail, what they assume is you're going to have different threat points or outside options, and that's going to determine my bargaining power. And sometimes what you're going to end up with is this non-cooperative solution where I make it a take it or leave it offer, and my ability to do so depends on the outside option. So in all of these models, what becomes very important to think about in thinking about the bargaining power that individuals have is where are they getting their outside option from. So now let me talk about where the rest of this talk is going to go. I think there's increasing evidence that across the world we now see gender convergence in human capital. Men and women have the same rates of certainly primary education, somewhat much closer on secondary, and I think these will only increase over time, the convergence. Increasingly, the nature of work is also changing. It's much less dependent on brawn. And so when it comes to productivity, there's less reason to believe that gender differences directly affect productivity. And so I think where research has now increasingly focused on is to look at gender differences in either labor supply, which is what we're going to talk about, which is both these preferences and constraints, and then labor demand. And so as I said, the way I'm going to separate the talks today we're going to talk, in the morning we'll talk about labor supply, and then in the afternoon about labor demand. But throughout the focus of it, and I think this is a large focus of the literature, is how are these preferences and constraints or the ability of employers to behave in certain ways driven by beliefs or what gender norms or what is appropriate behavior by men and women, and how do they matter? So how do we define gender norms? So one literature that started was largely in, I'd say, social psychology, but has since expanded to also cover economics, is to really think about norms as, and this is a social psychology definition, as a grammar of social interaction where you define what is acceptable behavior. Okay? So this would include my own beliefs, so what I think is right for me to do versus for a man to do. It could be perceived norms, what I think is the right behavior for, say, Ram to do. And then you can aggregate across all our own beliefs about what is right and wrong to do to get actual norms. So when we say the behavior that's driving it is going to be some combination of my own beliefs, because I can just act on my beliefs, but then I'll also act on my perceptions of the actual norms, and I might act on actual norms. So you can see that these, even just understanding the question of which of these three levels actually drives behavior is an interesting research question. And so you might ask, well, if human capitals has now converged and we don't have differences in productivity, why is it that we see these traditional norms that say that women should spend more time at home, men should spend more time being the breadwinner persist? So there's one view, and Nathan Nunn and others have quite a lot of work on this, which I'd call the culture view. And this is a view that there's just imperfect learning. So it's very hard for me to fully learn how society has changed, especially when society changes fast. And even if I change, it's hard for me to coordinate. It's hard for me to go to every person in my community and say, what do you think? So I tend to go with whatever I think the original belief is, and maybe I make small changes, and I'll tip over at some point, but there's imperfect learning. And there's a second view, and that's the one I want to explore in today's talks quite a lot, is this idea that when resources are limited, and that's a defining feature, I think, for how economists start by talking about issues in resource allocation. Well, every time you change an allocation, someone is going to lose out because it's a fixed pie. Of course, we can have situations that would be great. If there's a lot of talent misallocation, you correct the misallocation, you increase the size of the pie. But very often, when we're talking about changing traditional norms and labor supply responses, we're also talking about changing who gets the residual claim or who gets a share of the pie. And this can mean that you will have resistance coming from people who benefit from the status quo. And there's now an emerging literature, which is a very new literature, thinking about this in terms of how do you model backlash. I think it's both a very interesting theoretical literature, what is the game being played here, and also I think empirical literature. It's actually so new that I think I went looking for it. I couldn't actually find any good models of backlash in the literature, but I think this is something that's going to develop in the next few years. So against that background, let's start by going back to that collective model that we saw and thinking about, as I said, the division of bargaining power. And one classic option there depends on your outside option. So this is a quote from a paper that's about labor coercion. It's actually about labor coercion in the context of slavery. But I think the idea is consistent with any model where you're trying to get someone to do something they don't want to do, right? So this paper, Acemoglu and Volitsky, is a theory, very nice paper, talks about, in terms of our models, this is really about how do you satisfy the participation constraint so that, let's say in this particular case, a woman is willing to spend time at home and work, and that's going to be if I have a worse outside option. And so what a conservative gender norm does is it weakens a woman's outside options so that she's more willing to provide unpaid labor. So it's not like every day you have to tie a woman at home to work. In fact, the motivation of the Acemoglu and Volitsky paper is that in the data, when you looked at slavery in the US South, it wasn't like people were running away all the time, right? I mean, some people ran away and got punished, but on average, it was an economic arrangement that worked. And it worked because people understood that their outside option was very bad if they tried to leave those plantation farms. And how do you do it? I think what norms allows you to do is two ways of sustaining this worse outside option. First, it frames things as a moral imperative. It's a woman's job to make sure things get done at home. And so you yourself may internalize that. And then it also makes it permissible that if you violate what is seen as traditional behavior, you can be punished. So let me give you an example. I want to give you an example of mobile phones. And I think I also wanted to give you this example again for the students in the room to sort of think about how valuable qualitative work often can be. And by the time you come to something like an experiment, it may seem as a student is very expensive, hard to do. But here, I think one of the great advantages that you have as students in India is that you can actually just go out and talk to people and get a sense of what's going on. So this is from IHDS data. And what this shows you is this is the age at which women get married. This is whether at that age, at different ages, people say they have an ability to use a phone. This is not actually ownership. So when I'm very young, both boys and girls say that they are able to use their parents' phones. But once puberty hits, and that's around the time when marriage rates rise, we start seeing this big difference in men and women's ability to use mobile phones. So this is just something you can see in IHDS data. So then what we did is we did a series of qualitative interviews, and I want to give you a sense, because I think this is work that is very doable as part of a PhD or a postdoctoral position. You know, some of these were, and it's not a large number, but it's enough to give you a context to set up. We did some work in Delhi, some in Madhya Pradesh, in Tamil Nadu, in Calcutta, and in Maharashtra. These were recorded interviews that we transcribed and coded it. And what you start finding is you can start matching the kind of descriptions you get in it to what we would think about as norms, right? So these would be the kind of descriptions we would have for why women would not be allowed to use. There a risk to a woman's reputation, not recognizing the fact that things like networks of other users are actually, we think of as a very positive thing. For instance, the labor market, that's how you hear about jobs. So this is just showing you that how a lot of things can be kept negative, even though those very statements are also recognizing the positive case for it. And I think these kind of descriptions have then, and these are just a series of papers that exist that actually show economic implications of it. This is again from the DHS data. I think one of the things that I find very striking in this is there's just 22% of Indian women who say they're never afraid of their husband. So this is the part, which is the second part, which is that a willingness to think that if I deviate, I will face some kind of violence. And that may in itself then be a reason why you self-censor your behavior. Again, I think here's another example that this combined with social isolation can increase your internalization. So this is saying, looking at the agreement among women with why violence is justified, separated by whether these are women who are permitted to meet their female friends or those who are not. So those who are more socially isolated, so that's the orange bar, are much more likely to agree with traditional norms. And this is not a causal argument, just to be clear. There are lots of other things that are going to be differing. But the reason why in this talk I'm spending a lot of time talking about this is because I just kind of want you to think about this as the process of discovering research questions. And then once you have a well-defined research question, you want to start kind of using rigor to define. But here, the kind of research question that would pop up from seeing this is to say, is there first a causal role between social isolation and acceptance of traditional roles? And then the second part is this social isolation ever strategically used by people who benefit from it? Now, those are hard questions to answer causally, but I think you want to get to that stage of a question that you can motivate well with the data, and then you would want to turn to it. And why do we care about this? I think that's another thing you want to think about upfront as you're defining the questions. Well, there are high costs, right? So for women, it's going to cut them off from their ability to seek paid work, and especially in lower income households, this is costly for the entire household. It's costly for women, it's costly for their children. It also renders abuse and control very often invisible. And then, but I think I think if you want to start trying to distinguish, and I'm not going to take a stance right now on which is the right view, these are open questions. If you want to distinguish between the kind of culture view that says the fact that these distorting norms continue just because we're not able to coordinate, from a view where it's a strategic use, you want to think about, will we be able to get data on, if it's a strategic use, is there continued benefits for a group from the norms, right? And so these are some of those that are often studied, for instance, not just delegation, but also in the workforce. Do you benefit by having limiting competition from women's work? So just to be clear, I think the way then you could try to start setting up a question is that, why does this kind of normative equilibrium persist? It could well be what we would call pluralistic ignorance. People don't realize what others think, and therefore in a situation of multiple equilibria, you're not able to switch. But the difference of that from a strategic model where you're trying to control resources is on predictions on backlash. And that is the kind of thing then you can start trying to think about how you would design and take to the data. So what I want to do now is start talking about, and I think some of this will spill in the next lecture, even though we're going to then move to labor demand there, is to start thinking about how do you try to change this status quo, and in the process, what do we learn about underlying behavior? And I think in the Indian context, one reason why it's a useful time to think about it is, as we know, there's been a large increase in unconditional cash transfers to women in a number of states. And the motivation of some of these schemes often is very much in the context of low labor force participation. So if you read, for instance, the document for the Ladli Behna scheme in Madhya Pradesh, it explicitly states that you want these cash transfers to be empowering to women who are not able to earn money in the labor force. And I think, as we'll see, there are economic models have different predictions on whether unconditional cash transfers will actually support you in the labor market or actually remove you even more from the labor market. But before doing that, let me talk about one place where we have some early evidence on what might happen. Is around 10 years ago, there was a large expansion in field experiments looking at giving either cash grants or assets to microfinance clients. And a number of RCTs that kind of varied whether or not you got sort of a helicopter drop of money as a female entrepreneur, found that basically there weren't very high returns to a woman's own business if you gave a woman money. And this led to some question of what was happening there. So if you think about it, however, from the perspective of a household, you might say in order to measure the effect of money given to a woman, you don't want to just look at a woman's enterprise. You want to look at all enterprises. Again, from just a collective household model that's efficient, if for whatever reason a man's enterprise is more productive, then money should move within the household to that. And so that's sort of what we looked at by doing a meta-analysis of a series of these RCTs, which were from Ghana, Sri Lanka, and India. And I think the key observation here we noted was that outside of agriculture, women are more likely to be self-employed. I showed you that in the PLFS graph as well. And as a result, female entrepreneurs are more likely to reside with a male business member, while men are often don't reside so much with women. We often talk about this in the economics profession as well. Female economists tend to be often married more often to male economists, but male economists on average are not married to female economists, which you can explain by understanding the difference in the relative number of men and women in the profession. But since I'm going to run short of time, let me just show you one graph that will tell you what we see, is that this is the effect of giving, say, a more flexible loan. If you look at the effect on just the female enterprise, essentially there's not much of an effect. But if you look at the effect on all household enterprises, it exists. And so if you want to think about the nature of where differences in economic returns for men versus women working in entrepreneurship comes, it seems to be mostly coming by sorting into professions. So the question that this raises, and I think is the right question to ask, is why is that systematically women are sorting into, if you will, worse household enterprises than the man they live with, who also is in a household enterprise? It doesn't seem to be it's in itself gendered, because if a woman is the only enterprise owner in the household, then her work seems to be doing as well as a man's. So it's more like when there are both are enterprise owners, it's either normative or some other consideration that means that the woman takes the more, if you want, flexible, maybe the less productive enterprise in terms of ownership. The next thing you could ask is, I showed you some data earlier on suggesting that what seems to also matter is who controls the cash. If you remember, I showed you that women state that the majority state that their husbands decide whether they take up employment, but conditional on taking on employment, it's a lower fraction that says that their husbands decide how they spend the money. So this might suggest that what you want to do is figure out interventions that help women get access to a paid job, And that in itself may help them have agency over how money is spent and how they actually have financial control. So I'm going to spend, do I have another 10 minutes? Another 20? Okay, perfect. So what I'm going to do in the next 20 minutes is walk you through a set of work where we've been tracking, we did a field experiment, and we've been tracking households in rural Madhya Pradesh for over 8 years now. And this is northern MP, so some of the most, I'd say, both poor and conservative areas in Madhya Pradesh. And this is in areas where the federal work program of NREGA is very important for providing work in the low season. And so we started in 2013, where we identified a sample of villages of poor households of married couples where they had a job card, so at least one spouse worked for NREGA. This is well before PMJDY, so this is a time when a woman did not have a bank account in the baseline. So again, just from a more, I guess, pedagogic perspective, we are trying to identify the sample that we think will be the most relevant for the question we want to ask. So we're taking a group where, to start with, women are financially disempowered in that they don't have their own bank account. And then what we wanted to ask is, what would be the difference between just the kind of financial inclusion that you see where you get a bank account versus adding on to it the fact that you get not just a bank account, but direct deposit of your payments from NREGA into that account. But before I come to the field experiment, let me start with a bit of descriptive work on how norms constrain work. And in doing that, I want to show you how you can learn from descriptive work, but even there sometimes you want to put quite a lot of structure in how you define that work. So one of the big concerns is that if you went across villages and just asked women, did you work yesterday? We can't really say that that captures just labor supply effects, because labor demand could also be different in different villages. So the first thing we want to do, even for the descriptive work, is say, we won't be fully causal, but can we do something to fix labor demand in these villages, and then look at how we see variation in the response to the same labor demand in every village. So we worked, this was agricultural work, we worked with landowners in these villages and agreed that they would, each of them would hire or offer work to a certain number of women in the village at a given going agricultural rate. And this was high season, so landowners were willing to participate in this. They had harvest work that needed to be done. Prior to the intervention, so before they went for work, we did a baseline survey where we surveyed couples on the 3 types of norms. If you remember, I talked about your own beliefs of what your spouse believes, and then your beliefs about, and then we just aggregate across everyone to get the community beliefs. And what we were interested in saying is holding labor demand constant. Does a woman's willingness to work in the private labor force to a landowner vary with her beliefs? Again, there may be many things driving these beliefs, so this is not, if you want, the causal effect of a belief. If I think a belief is driven by education, maybe it's the effect of that. But at least what we're being able to do is hold labor demand fixed and just look at the effect, correlation between beliefs and labor supply. So the first thing to see is that actual beliefs do differ by gender. And one of the most common ones is this belief that women shouldn't work. I think it's important to highlight this because one of the features of these sort of culture models, the ones that say that it's all about imperfect learning, tend to assume that in a society, everyone has the same beliefs. So they may have the wrong beliefs, but it will not systematically differ by a source of economic gain. And so here what we are saying is you see systematic differences by gender, both in terms of belief to work, but the other one that actually turns out to be very important is that men put a lot of weight on community respect. It could be that that's important for them to earn. It could be that they are out of the house much more, while women put more weight on kind of obedience to the husband, which may again reflect the fact that the quality of their outside option depends on how obedient they are to their husband. We also find, interestingly, differences in perceived beliefs, which is something I'll come back to. So 44% of the women believe that husband pays social cost if a wife works, while close to 70% of men saw this to be the case. So now, if you look at these regression results, and we can look at them column by column, well, the first column says, if I just correlate whether, so remember the surveys were done before the job offer. And so when you look at basically 60% of the women turned up, so that's a pretty high rate actually, of turning up for the job. This is very acceptable work, is agricultural work by a known landowner in your village. But you're 10 percentage, roughly 9 percentage points less likely to turn up if a woman just has her own belief that, that she shouldn't work. But what you find is actually underlying this belief that you don't work is the belief that she perceives, the husband believes that the wife should not work. So basically this effect out here becomes completely insignificant and falls a lot once we additionally control for the husband's belief and a woman's perception about what her husband believes. And then in the last column, we find that these remain significant when we also control for community perceptions. But what matters in community perceptions is not a female's perception of the community, but the husband's perception of the community. And that, I think, if you spend time in Indian villages, is very consistent with what we see. So this is the background against which you want to start thinking about how do we affect impacts. So what we did is we ran a large field experiment, and this was done in collaboration with both the government and also with 2 public sector banks, where we varied access. So for most of it, what I'm going to focus on is going to compare the treatment arm, where women were given a bank account. So remember, we were starting with a population of no bank accounts. And we wanted to separate the effect of pure financial inclusion, so the pure effect of something like PMJDY, from the effect of having PMJDY, but also having direct deposit of your wage payments into NREGA. So under NREGA, it's a household scheme, and so it's very common that all payments, whether it's the husband or the wife, go to a single bank account, which is the one whose Aadhaar card would now be linked, which is often the household head by default. So we are changing that by saying that we're going to separately link every household, the woman's account also, so that if she works, the payment goes into her account. Okay? So I want to go back, before I turn to the results, I want to go back to the model to think about how does the household model of collective choice look different if we actually introduce the features we saw in the descriptive work, that there is a norm cost to work. So just to remind you, when we looked at this, what this is telling us, that basically there seem to be normative costs to work, and what seems to matter a lot is the norm costs that are faced by the husband, not the norm costs faced by the wife, but the norm costs faced by the husband. So what does this mean if we put this into a model? So we're going to think about a case which is very similar to the collective model that I showed you earlier. There's a bargaining weight mu. So all of this is exactly the same as what you saw. But the change that we're going to make to this is we're going to say that each spouse might face a utility cost if a woman works. So one way to think about this is in the context of kind of the Akerlof-Cranton kind of identity models, where you put it directly into the utility function. And you say that, well, a woman or a man just faces a direct cost to their identity. They lose respect in the community if the woman works. So what you can then do is you can basically look at a 2-stage solution to this. And what you find is that basically, obviously, if there was no norm cost, then a woman's labor supply is going to equate the consumption and leisure. If there is a norm cost, but this norm cost is only borne by women, then women may be personally constrained. They may choose not to work. But the case that we are interested in is when the norm cost is borne by men. That seems to be what is consistent with the data. Yeah?
So you consider household as a single category. So there is no scope to include further sub-classification, for example, class-wise or...
That's a great question. I think if you could get to start thinking about this, about how this would differ either by caste or by income, one way of thinking about it, which may be the simplest way of doing it, would be to have different norm costs. So I could have, because what we see in the data, for instance, is tribal households, women are more likely to work, there seems to be less stigma against it. So you could just, this is already quite black box, but you could take this parameter and say it varies by caste as well. I think that would be an interesting thing to do. Yeah.
So compare, so this model that was on the previous slide
Yeah.
versus you put out early on, where the choices were time spent on job
Yeah.
and weight assigned to.
So this is actually,
If we ignore the distinction, for example, weight assigned inside of the household versus coming from social norms. So on efficiency frontier, which one is likely to give more efficient allocation of household? My feeling is that the latter model might give more efficient supply of labor.
when there's a norm cost,
I mean, it would treat norm cost to be equal to the weight assigned to female work inside of the household. If you ignore that distinction
Right.
and look at the model.
I agree. So we are not doing that. But if you started to say that there were preferences over work inside the household, and that's what's being captured by the norm cost. So what I think we are focused on a lot here is the idea that men and women are assigning different weights to women working. So for instance, if in the extreme case, if men and women have equal preferences over women working at home, then norms should actually not be very binding at all. So here I think the key is coming from the fact that, and I think this is what distinguishes a culture model from a model of more kind of economic incentives and strategic reasoning, is that the norm cost is higher for men than women. And so what the difference here, and that is really, is that in some ways there's an externality here. When a woman works, she's imposing an externality on her husband who's facing this cost from her working that she's not facing. And so and the extent to which she's going to actually internalize her husband's preferences is really going to depend on her outside option. If she has a worse outside option, another way of saying that she has low bargaining power, then she's actually going to internalize her husband's preferences more. While if she has a higher bargaining power or more outside options, then she's going to be willing to put more of the externality on him and benefit on her own by being able to get more money by working. And that, in some senses, I'd say is the classic conflict you're going to see when both people have high private utility by just having wage work, and less utility from providing unpaid work at home. So I think Kabir Ram said, if women internalize fully the spousal preferences, another way of saying that is they both put same weight on providing unpaid work at home by the wife, then what happens is as you increase bargaining power, the main effect you're going to see is actually a decrease in female labor supply. They're going to enjoy more leisure or more work at home. And so going back to, as I said, sort of why this matters for policy is the unconditional cash transfers that are being offered right now, you would be concerned that they will then reduce female labor supply, right? And you already hear these stories that in Maharashtra in the high season this time there were less women willing to work because they were getting this cash transfer, and they got returns from that. However, if women have actually preferences on work which were not being met in the original equilibrium because they didn't have enough bargaining power, now that this money gives them bargaining power, they will start acting on their preferences, which was to provide some amount of labor because they were being suppressed by the norm cost. And that's going to lead to an increase in female labor force supply. So that's the theoretical prediction that we try to take to the data to say that, well, when you make it easier for women to get NREGA payments because it goes directly into their bank account, if there were no norm costs that were differential, we should see female labor supply either remaining constant or actually falling. While if there were these norm costs that were differential, and there were a set of women who wanted to work but were not able to work because of norm costs, then what you should see is an increase in labor supply. And that's what I sort of talk about here. So I think so this is the full timeline. I'm going to spend the last 5 minutes just going through the results. So as I said, we started in 2013, 14. And we basically have two sets of results. The ones that were published a couple of years ago were the 3-year results, so 3 years after the intervention. And the new results that I'll briefly show you and we're still digesting are the ones that we completed at 8 years. So I think compared to typical experiments, we've been able to be lucky enough to be able to follow these households for quite a long time period. And we had reasonably good attrition. Even at 8 years, we're able to follow 86% of these women. And coming to this differential prediction, what we are very interested in is identifying a group of women who are potentially constrained by norms at baseline, because that's the group where we have the predictions on labor supply. And so we use, it's not a great proxy, but something we pre-registered, is those who at baseline reported never working for NREGA. Okay. And you can see that that has some power in our data. So this is just saying that if I look at households that are constrained and that the woman had never worked in baseline, what you find there is in terms of control group means, they are unconstrained households, men are more likely to believe that a working woman's husband is actually respected, and a woman is more likely to state that she decides on employment. So constrained households are ones where both the men feel that there is more community disrespect if their wife works, and also women are more likely to decide to take employment. So I'm just going to show you the results as bar graphs, and the main form we're going to show you the results is by comparing between the accounts-only group, so the women who got bank accounts, to those who got bank accounts along with direct deposit. Now, we have a lot of hypotheses being tested, so we also do corrections, and I think they're useful things for you to know about. I'm going to look at indices. That's one way of trying to control for the fact that you collect a lot of different data, so you're not cherry-picking outcomes. I care about labor supply outcomes, both public and private. Then financial agency, how much women use account and their banking. Their empowerment, where we look at things that women would care about, which is they can choose perhaps more on their own if they have money, which is purchases, but also freedom from spousal abuse, which if you remember earlier I'd shown you the DHS questions, which are things like, are you restricted in meeting other friends? Does your husband get jealous if you talk to others outside your work? And then the norms index. Just one thing I'd say is that when you start thinking about measuring beliefs, you have to take into account this fact that, and I'll come back to this also in the next class lecture, is that you may not get the truth that people believe, right? Because you're talking about something where communities have strong views. I may be very liberal, but if I live in a conservative society, I may feel that I need to give more conservative responses. And so I think one of the advances in this field recently has been different ways of giving respondents plausible deniability. So ways in which you can't actually identify whether they're saying the right answer. Some would be, for instance, by saying, talk about someone other than yourself, talk about the community. So we're going to use here vignettes. So these are ones where you describe kind of a typical man and woman in your village. So you're not saying, does this happen in your household? But you believe what they're responding to will have some, capture some of their own experience, right? And so you want to kind of elicit their choice intentions. And so in this particular case, we describe, and we did some amount of piloting to get description of a couple that looks very much like, the average couple in the village, and ask how they would rank them a set of criteria, where the only difference is whether the wife works, right? And so here what you see when it comes to own beliefs, I actually find this quite striking, is, constrained women are more conservative, but all the others are very similarly matched. You don't see much difference when it comes to own beliefs. Where you see a lot of difference is actually in perceptions. So here what you see, unconstrained women who had worked at baseline, are most likely to say that, community members would not speak badly of working women, but even constrained women are higher than their husbands. And then the people who feel this kind of community stigma the most are the husbands of those who never them work. And I think coming to the question asked earlier, I think doing these kind of things with the eye on things like caste would be very valuable, because there's a lot of decent discussion about sort of status arguments and whether behavior is driven by is different in, say, upper caste and lower caste or tribal households because the community beliefs are different. But that's not what we did in this paper. So what do we see? So just to summarize, and I think I'm running out of time, so I'll go a bit faster, is we basically find overall labor supply went up for women. It went up both in NREGA, but importantly also in the private sector. This is up to 3 years later. And we also find women became more progressive in their norms. And these effects were larger for those who were constrained in line with the theory. So now let's turn to in the last 5 minutes, and this is the part that's also the most in 2 minutes?
Yeah, last 2 minutes.
Last 2 minutes, yeah, won't take more than that. Is really how these effects evolve after 8 years. And so, and this is a place where you can start trying to distinguish these different views of pluralistic ignorance. So first of all, I think it's very important to recognize that this was not something where women were being asked to work, right? This is their choice of whether they go out of the house and they take up either NREGA work or private sector work. So in the end, if we see higher levels, irrespective of anything else we see, we should recognize that this is something women want to do. On the other hand, if there is a male backlash, if men start trying to control it because they don't like women having a lot of agency, spending money in different ways, or if they feel it constrains the jobs and brings down the wage rate that they can get, then this may lead to more pessimism about community acceptance. And for men, the long-run response is going to also depend on women's work response and possibly a backlash. So luckily I knew I was going to be slightly short of time. I can actually summarize the results in a single graph. But before doing that, I want to remind you, this is all happening in a context where 8 years later, everyone has a bank account. This has been the great success of PMJDY, is that in 2015, when we started, our treatment made a big difference compared to the control group where we did nothing. By 2022, everyone has a bank account. So I think it's also, we're looking at these changes where the financial inclusion, at least in bank accounts, has increased for everyone. So this is, and I'll stop here and come back to it at the start of the next class just to remind you of the result. Basically, unsurprisingly, we no longer see differences across treatment and control on women's account use, right? And because everyone now has bank accounts, PMJDY is successful, the banking economy has gone up. Women's labor supply effects persist. I think we've been very struck by, in fact, how stable these effects were. So women continue working at much higher rates, and we find their own beliefs about willingness to work also remain very positive. So we don't see much change there. Where we do start seeing a change is women's perceptions of men's own, the ability or beliefs about whether working is a reasonable thing to do. And I'll come back to this in the start of the next lecture. We also are going to start seeing changes in empowerment, which are different for purchasing power, where women continue to make up a lot of purchases, but they also report more controlling behavior. So overall, it seems like 8 years later, we're in an environment where women have more access to work, more earnings, and report purchasing more. But they also seem to see behavior that is suggestive of more control of their actions by their male members. And that's one way we are going to start trying to tease apart between this cultural view and the strategic view. So let me stop there, and I look forward to talking more in the afternoon. Thank you.
That's okay. I think we can. Thank you, Rohini. Thanks. It was very interesting. We have about 7 minutes, 8 minutes for questions. So if anybody wants to, do you want to sit down?
No, I'm fine.
You're fine. Okay. I think somebody. Yeah.
And if you could introduce yourself, that'd be grateful.
Yeah, so I'm Rizwan, I'm from Delhi School. So my question is that how historical events could have shaped the gender norms that we observe today. For example, when the central election rule came to India, so they brought in with them the idea of female seclusion. And these Hindu elites adopted those practices to gain patronage. So the current labor force trends that we observe, the female labor force participation trends, so is it valid to conjecture that it could still be related to some historical event in the past?
No, absolutely. So I think, and thank you, that's a good question to set the context. So the initial normative environment is I can speak from here if that's easy. Can you hear me? No? मैं यहाँ से करती थी देखो. I think this is working, yeah. So certainly the initial environment, and I think that's, this year's Nobel Prize is all about that, is set by historical junctures. In this case, as you said, the choices made by the elite at some point in time. The question really is, why is there persistence? And I think on the question of persistence, you can have two views. One is the culture view, which is to say that it's very hard to learn. It's very hard to learn who has changed what view. Nathan Nunn, his AEA distinguished lecture a few years ago, built out this view very nicely. And then there's a second view that this initial structure also defined power relations. And then those who have power don't want to give up the power, and therefore they prevent the change of the status quo. And as I said, they have very different implications, especially for policy. In the first one, all you need to do is provide information. You need to kind of change beliefs. In the second one, it's saying, well, you will see resistance, and you can decide to change things through it, but that's the world you're in.
Right. Rohini.
Related to female education have changed so much, and the workforce hasn't gone in the same direction. And so just your thoughts on that, rather than economics versus culture, do you feel there's scope to just integrate them better? Both economics, culture, and the law in some sense, right? Because there, at least on paper, has been this compulsory education till 14.
Yeah.
And so what's your sense? That seems to me a worldwide trend, though, that education has gone up and labor force patterns don't somehow match.
No, I completely agree, and I think that's a great question. I do think, I'd say, South Asia, India looks slightly different in that in a lot of the rest of the world, education as it goes up, initial labor force participation rises, and what people talk about is a lot of this M shape that you drop out when you have kids, and then whether or not you go back or how much you go back. I think where India looks different is women are not entering the labor market at all. So they're getting educated, but it's not like of course, many of them are entering, but the bulk is, that's where I think India looks different, is it's not like it's a M, it's just like it's actually just low. And actually, I think there's work, I think Rosa Abraham from Azim Premji has work showing that actually the child penalty is a lot lower in India. There's enough selection that's going on in terms of who's entering the labor market that then they stay. And so I don't know enough, and I think this is a very interesting research area. People have hypothesized that the prevalence of arranged marriages is an important constituent to it, is that, if you worry, and I think maybe you see a bit of that with mobile phones, is that if you start letting women go into the labor market or have phones before they get married, they may not choose to enter arranged marriages or within caste marriages so much, and so you restrict those labor market choices in order to maintain the marriage market. But that, of course, you would know is not a fully satisfactory answer why that is the equilibrium. So I think it's a great area to look more into.
Mm-hmm. Okay, in the interest of equality, I'll go to the back. So, you on the left there. Yes, you.
Yeah, sorry, my throat's also not fine. So my question was, when we talked about what men perceive about the social cost that a husband has to face for having a wife who's working, so those norms and those social costs are something that perhaps the upper caste members of these villages might have more of social capital in exerting and perpetuating. And what's your take on whether these upper caste men might on purpose be wanting to keep these norms perpetuating? Because if the women of these lower caste households start working, that increases the household income. And how you talk about power and trying to keep that power, how that works. So I wanted to get your take on how caste can also perhaps come into play.
I think that's a great question. I think it's one of those questions that I think would do with more research. You can see there are two, I'll just give you the sense of the two forces at work. If I'm a landowner, a rich landowner, I want to limit the outside options of, let's say, a poor, low-cost household so that they can work at low pay for me. And so that may mean a reason that I don't want their wives to work if their wives would go outside the village and work in other options. At the same time, the second force is if the wives of low caste men work, there's more labor supply, and so the overall wages get depressed. So I think you need a model to think through what are the conditions under which you're better off as a landowner in maintaining kind of your control of rents by suppressing within household labor rather than expanding low caste labor and benefiting from large labor supply. I have a sense that your intuition is right, and one way to think about it is if both members work, their outside village options go up. And that may be what the landowner wants to prevent by making one person work. But I think this goes back to what someone else asked earlier also, I think thinking about intersectionality here and how this interacts with class structure would be very valuable.
Okay, yes, you at the back.
Hi, I am Abhishek, PhD student at IIM Ahmedabad. So this is with respect to your data here. Do you have a reason to believe that there is a difference in usage pattern and control over how women use PMJDY and non-PMJDY accounts? Because the latter would potentially be born out of their participation in economic activities, but PMJDY accounts are just given to them. So there might be a reason to believe that they are just accessing government benefits through it.
So, NREGA payments for many women go through their PMJDY accounts, and the way PMJDY was rolled out, you could have got your existing account relabeled as PMJDY. So it's not obvious to me there is that strong distinction between the accounts we gave and PMJDY accounts. I think the more relevant question is the difference between if you want a conditional payment, where here it's wages for work, where if I care enough about the earnings I need to work, versus one where I give an unconditional payment, which is now what's happening across a lot of states. I think, again, thinking carefully about what the labor supply response you want to invoke would make differences to what kind of conditionality you want to impose on it.
Okay, well, it's exactly 11 o'clock. I've been told we have to close at 11. So I'm going to stop. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. So thank you all very much. And let's give Rohini a big round of applause once more. And that brings the session to a close. Thank you.
Thanks, Ketan.
Thank you, Professor Rohini Pande, for the delightful session and enriching us with the knowledge. And thank you, Professor Chetan Ghate, for chairing this session. Now I request everyone to join us for tea at the DSC front lawns. Parallel sessions will start at sharp 11:30 a.m. at their respective venues. I request everybody to wait at their seats till our esteemed speakers and chair leave the auditorium. Thank you. And we'll meet here again post lunch at sharp 2 p.m. for the second plenary session. Sangeeta Bansal, Professor at Jawaharlal Nehru University. I request Professor Rohini Pande and Professor Sangeeta Bansal to come upon the stage and take their seat on the dais. Professor Sangeeta Bansal works in the area of environmental and agriculture economics. She is the editor of the journal Agricultural Economics. She is also a co-editor of the journal Resource and Energy Economics. Now I request Professor Sangeeta Bansal to commence the session.
A very good afternoon to all the participants and welcome to the second plenary session of this 3-day exciting conference. I thank Delhi School of Economics and Ram to invite me, and it's my pleasure and privilege to welcome the plenary speaker, Professor Rohini Pande. Professor Pande is the Henry Hines Professor of Economics and Director of the Economic Growth Center at Yale University. Prior to this, she was Professor of International Political Economy at Harvard Kennedy School. She holds many distinguished academic positions, such as elected member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, Econometric Society Fellow, and also she has been a former co-editor of American Economic Review Insights. She has a wide-ranging research interests and outstanding body of research. She's interested in the role of public policy and institutions in providing for poor and disadvantaged, notions of economic justice and human rights justice, governance and accountability, corruption, economics of environmental protection, role of credit and finance in poverty, and is passionate about women empowerment. She has a large body of literature on how to promote women and how to make them successful. She's working with Indian state governments and conducting interesting experiments for effective policy making. Her research has influenced policy in South Asia. She has won many distinctions and awards, and I'll just mention two. 2018 Caroline Bell Shaw Award from the American Economic Association for promoting the success of women in the economics profession, and the 2022 Infosys Prize in Social Sciences. Personally, I met her in 2016 in Zurich at the European Environmental Economics Conference, where she was the keynote speaker. And, there was a remark by a European colleague, how proud you must be to see an Indian women scholar as the keynote speaker, and of course, a very young scholar. Indeed, you have made us very proud, Professor Rohini Pande. I've been trying to bring her to JNU, have not succeeded yet, but I'll continue to pursue. Over to you, Professor Rohini Pande.
Thank you, Sangeeta, for that extremely kind introduction. And of course, I'd be very happy to come to JNU anytime. It's one of the most beautiful campuses around in Delhi, South Delhi in particular. Thank you. So I'm going to continue from where I left off in the last lecture. And since I know some people may have come who haven't, just to set the stage, the overall theme of my talks today is trying to think about normative arguments for why women's work and men's work take such different structures. Why is it that men in most societies, including India, have a much stronger presence in paid work, and women spend much more time on care work? I started the last lecture by thinking about labor supply and arguing that women's labor supply can't be separated from thinking about within the household effects. And so we spent some time talking about household models, and suggested that one important step that we should perhaps make is start thinking about how the role of gender norms should be introduced into household models in settings where the belief in the underlying ideology is differential across men and women. And once you allow for men and women to be differentially attached to a norm in the same society, this starts suggesting that in contrast to models of what I would call culture, where different societies differ in their attachment with the norm, what we start seeing is a world in which there may be a case that norms are also potentially being used. If not used, the attachment to norms differs because the returns to behavior governed by norms is different for men and women. So in a world in which traditional norms benefit men more in that they are able to go out, earn resources, and come back to a supportive family environment, are very different than those for a woman who enjoys a supportive family environment but has access to many fewer resources because she's not able to access paid work the same way. Testing these two theories is not always easy, but one differential implication that I think our work, and actually a work of a lot of people in the field, has started looking at is who tries to prevent norms from changing. And one way this literature has been developing is to start thinking about what we call as backlash. When is it that one group tries to protect a norm? And in that, you could again have two views. You could have protection for ideological reasons. So you could say men and women are differentially attached to a norm because they have different ideologies. Across the world, in elections now, we see, for instance, men and women have differential attachments to conservative ideologies, and so one could just say it's purely ideological, or you could say that there are economic incentives that underlie this support. So where we left with the last lecture was I started to talk about the long-run effects of a field experiment where we varied the extent to which women have control over their wages. And one question that several people asked me in the interval, so I'll just briefly mention that now. The reason why it's reasonable to look at effects after 8 years and still assign them to differences in the initial treatment is because right up front we randomly assigned which women just got access to a bank account and which women got both the bank account and access to a direct deposit facility. One concern that might arise for why you may have differential effects arrive over time is if you see differential attrition. So if in the sample you see you are less able to interview women from one group versus another. But that's not what we saw in the data. We see very similar rates of attrition, and they're relatively low. I think at 8 years' time, we're still able to survey roughly 87% of our sample. So over this time period, of course, many secular trends occur. So for instance, we know that financial inclusion through government schemes like PMJDY became widespread. And as a result of that, some effects disappear. So when you look at account use or banking autonomy, the orange line tells you that 8 years later, we no longer see a difference. So it's particularly striking, given that now financial inclusion is similar, we continue to see similar and very stable effects on female labor supply. So women continue to work more at relatively the same rates we saw at 3 years. We start seeing a little bit of a rise in men's labor supply, which makes sense in a model in which women have higher bargaining power and therefore are able to keep more of their control of more of their resources. But the effect that I want to spend a little bit of time talking about is really the fact that we now start seeing regression in women's perceptions of how supportive the community and their husbands are of work. So as I said, labor supply effects, this just shows you for the group of constrained women is actually pretty much the same. You can't reject it. Some effects in men's controlled labor supply. But this is what I want to focus a bit on, is that when we look at beliefs, women's own beliefs in terms of whether it's appropriate for women to work remain as positive. But now we go from having no effect on the perceived community norms to a perception that these have worsened. And where this is coming from is not a difference in perceptions about whether the community sees a working mother as a better mother, but it's a decline in the number who believe that a working woman's husband is treated with more respect. The beliefs of husbands, which were already more conservative, are relatively unchanged. And so what we're seeing overall is more of a convergence when it comes to these perceptions. Now, a convergence in the perceptions per se is again also consistent with the fact that men and women started with different levels of misperceptions about the community. And then as they learned more about what happens, men remain in the same place. Women are learning that the communities are more conservative than they thought they were, and so they're beginning to converge. So that explanation is one of incomplete information, not one of strategic protection of rents. So to try to distinguish between these a bit more, we start looking at other measures of empowerment. So overall, if we look at the empowerment index, we now see for the group that started working more, empowerment effects are now lower. They're not lower when it comes to making purchases from your own money. So if anything, that part slightly increases. It's statistically the same. What changes is, and this comes to the discussion we had in the last lecture about outside options, is we see increasing evidence of greater control. So a greater attempt to restrict, if you will, a woman's outside options through restriction of options she has. And so the freedom from spousal abuse, which if you may remember from the last lecture, consisted of things like whether you prevent a woman from meeting her friends, whether you don't like her working outside, those go up. So one way of thinking about it is as you lose agency in one dimension, which is complete control over resources, women are going out working, they're earning money. They report to us they're spending their own money on purchases, on food for themselves, clothing, their children's health. What you can try to control is restrict their agency and gain back some part in other ways. And here it comes through freedom from spousal abuses. We also see that in 2017, we'd seen an increase in women's gains in socialization. They were more likely to report that they had visits from friends. This reduces in 2022. So what are we learning from this when we look at it across an 8-year span? I think what we learn is that women value work. I think that's the most important lesson to take away, that 8 years later, given we find continued persistent effects on labor supply. We also see when we look at the categories in which they're spending money, they spend their money much more on categories of preference, which is their own food, children's health, and festivals. In terms of their own beliefs, so whether they think it is right for a woman to work, whether they would like their son to marry a woman who works, they are more progressive, and that remains. However, they're becoming more pessimistic about community perceptions, and underlying that, it seems to be a case that is very much related to what's happening in the household. They think that husbands are treated with less respect, and they also report more constraints on their own freedom. Now, what I want us to stop and think about a minute, this is not going to make this a bad intervention. I think one response people might often have is to say, oh, anything that shows up as, let's say, more constraints, more restrictions, is something that we shouldn't do. This was not an activity where women were asked to or required to do anything, right? All that happened was their it's a very light touch intervention. They're given bank accounts, and those bank accounts are linked to payments. They can choose not to go out and work, in which case they won't get payments. They could choose, I guess, to go and unlink their bank accounts if they really cared. So they appreciate this, but they also find that they're facing more of a backlash at home. And in some ways, I think, I trained as a political economist. This is in many ways to be expected. We like to very often paint this very rosy picture that change comes without conflict, but change usually comes with conflict. I think the question is, how do you and how do you move past it? Maybe you find that if your ability of restricting different actions doesn't work, then over time you just get used to women working. This is something we've seen in a set of countries, but it's not the case that we should expect in a world where resources are limited and a world where no one wants to do the unpaid work at home, that changing the status quo is not going to have any resistance. So this was the part, as I said in part one, what I wanted to do was talk about labor supply and how that affects women's outcomes. What I now want to do is I want to turn to the other side of the market, which is thinking about labor demand. And I would say labor demand is actually an area where we haven't seen as much of a tremendous rise of research, especially in India. as we've seen on the kind of household and normative side. So for the students in the room, I would say beginning to now think about these issues in terms of the labor demand, I think, is a very promising area of research. One reason why I think we haven't seen often effects on labor demand is because many of us, most of us were taught at the start of our microeconomics perfect competition. And so underlying that is the idea that, if women and men are equally productive and there is money to be made as a firm by hiring someone who's cheaper, a group that's discriminated against would increasingly find that they have other opportunities in the market and you can't sustain discrimination. So that's, I think, a long-standing view for why people often think that discrimination will not last in the labor market. But I think we've known for a long time, and I think increasingly this is coming much more to the center stage in economics, is that many labor markets are monopsonistic in that a single employer or a group of employers have the power to set the wages and employment. So we see this in many different settings now. And in these settings, we very often, again, see evidence of discrimination by the gatekeeper. Now, the way the models of discrimination typically work is they think about two kinds of differences, right? So the first is, maybe this is actually underlying it are true differences in productivity, in comparative advantage, or even preferences that employers know and exist in the population and we as econometricians can't see. That's not discrimination, right? Discrimination is as defined by Ken Arrow in 1973, is the idea that over and above productivity, some personal characteristics of the worker that are unrelated to productivity are also valued in the market. And these explanations often interact. So for instance, future discrimination could show up in making differential human capital investments today. Discrimination in one market could lead to discrimination in another just because you now have different characteristics. They also often show up as a result in kind of occupational segregation. So if I'm discriminated against in one market and not another, I might choose to move more into that market, leading to what we would now increasingly call systemic discrimination. But I think what the lens I want to bring, and that's in some ways why I start with labor supply, is very often we don't think about gatekeeping, or we don't think about discrimination that exists because you want to protect rents in a market, right? So one other reason I might discriminate against women is if I can keep an entire group, and could be by race, out of the market, I can sustain higher returns for myself. So another way in which rent seeking is going to function is really by excluding the amount of competition I have. So this is, again, from the Andrews and Smora paper that I talked about earlier. So what does this show us? So on here, what this is time use data. So this is telling you how many hours of that activity are done at home by men, and what's the fraction of women in the activity. So if very few hours of activity are done by men at home, so think about manufacturing activities that are done in a firm, well, there are very few women in that occupation. On the other hand, if you take an activity like, let's say, bidi making or rolling piece rate work at home, that is largely done at home by men, then you're going to see a lot of women there as well. So what you tend to see is women are engaged in activities that are intensive in homework, but then when you look at those wages, those are also the lowest paid wages. So this data is from PLFS, and it looks at men's wages in those occupations. So it tells you activities that have a lot of home intensity by men are activities that are relatively low pay. So here's a world where if you have some kind of discrimination, some kind of gatekeeping, which leads to occupational segregation, it can also show up in wage differences and suggest that it can create a reason for why you want to maintain, say, the normative structure that allows that gatekeeping to continue, because you're going to maintain a higher wage rate for yourself in the sector where you have less competition. So let's go back to discrimination. and think about how do we think about the types of discrimination. Now, historically, we've thought of discrimination in two ways. So there's taste discrimination. So you have a distaste of working with women. And this also could be norm-based, right? I could be that I was brought up always thinking that women should be at home. That's the gender norms, I believe. And this means that I have just a visceral reaction against seeing women in the workplace because they're in the wrong place. And it actually challenges my own identity as a man, as a breadwinner, to see that I have to have a female boss, right? So that would be some form of taste discrimination. I just don't like seeing women in my workplace. The second is statistical, right? Employers believe that there's one group that is just less productive, and it could be that this is self-fulfilling. I believe that women are less productive, and so therefore I don't want to work with them. Again, this could have a base in normative beliefs. I believe women are less productive because women's place is at home, so there is no way they should be productive in activities that are breadwinning. More recently, last year, and I wanted to talk a bit about it because I think it's quite relevant for India as well, even though this work was in Bangladesh. There was a PhD student who, and this was her PhD thesis, she is right now a postdoctoral fellow at Yale this year, introduced the notion of a world in which employers may have what you call other regarding preferences, so they believe they care about the other person, and they have paternalistic discrimination. And I suspect many people in this room have seen some version of paternalistic discrimination towards them, which would be to say, you know, I don't think you should do this because this is not the right thing for you. This job is too dangerous, or, you know, you should not stay out late at night because this is not what you should do. And I see several people smiling in the room, so I'm sure this is something many women here have heard about. So if employers are altruistic, they may engage in paternalistic discrimination, and often this paternalistic discrimination is even legalized. So in many countries, women face constraints on working at night, or there are actually sectors where you can't work. For students here who are living in hostels, if you're in a girls' hostel, you probably face a curfew in the evening, and that curfew also is paternalistically justified as saying, you know, we need to make sure you're safe. You don't know when to come back home, so we'll make sure when you need to come back home, right? Now, just take this idea of women working at night. It can actually be explained by all three types of discrimination, right? So you could have taste-based discrimination, which is, you know, who's this type of woman who wants to work at night? I really don't want to employ her because she must be a bad person in some form. Could be statistical discrimination. So I could believe that women are just less productive at night. They need sleep. There's a long history actually in the UK of believing that even going to college would make women medically less prepared to have children. So a lot of the justification in the 19th century to not have women in Cambridge and Oxford University was actually based on the belief that if you study too hard, you're less able to be fertile. And then paternalistic is the third one, which is to say, well, we want to limit women's ability to work at night because we care about them. They don't realize what's good for them, but we should be able to prevent them from working at night, which is more dangerous. As I said today, 52 countries across the world limit dangerous work, and 23 countries limit night work. So this experiment that Buchman and her co-authors did was to basically ask, is there evidence that these other regarding preferences matter? So what did they do? So this was an experiment done in Dhaka. It was 990 applicants were offered an opportunity to work a night shift on an Excel job. So it requires some amount of skill so you can get some measure of productivity. And they were told they would be paid at a certain rate. They had to decide whether to apply. Importantly, women were not told anything about whether they would be provided transport after the shift. Okay, so women applied for the job, not knowing, thinking that they won't have transport since that's the status quo. And so this helps you tell whether women themselves choose not to apply because it's a night shift. There were 495 employers who were told you have an opportunity to hire a woman, and if she comes, her wages would be paid by the NGO, so it would be free labor for them. And half of them were told about the transport. So half of them were told that if you hire this woman, we will ensure that she has transport back home. The other half were not told, although ex post, after everyone came, everyone was provided transport back home. Okay? And it's an Excel task where what you should care about is really whether you think the person is productive or not. Now, you might ask, how does this experiment separate our paternalistic discrimination, separate from, let's say, taste or statistical discrimination? So remember that all applicants have the same information, right? And so there is no selection in here in terms of more or less good people are likely to apply. In terms of statistical discrimination, employers know that applicants are going to get to the shift themselves. They can't infer anything from type there. They know that workers will not know about the ride until after the shift, so there's no selection there. And importantly, there is only a single shift. So it's not like employers are trying to learn something about the future. So what do they find? So they find that basically employers who were told that there is a ride available are 10 percentage points more likely to hire women. And so it seems like they are paternalistic. They also carried out a set of belief surveys to identify what you might think of as other regarding preferences. So for instance, one of them would be to, in a dictator game, see if you are willing to give money to an unknown woman. So are you have other regarding preferences for women? They were asked questions like, do you think we should restrict women's work because it's too dangerous for them? And so then when they divide the sample by depending on whether in the survey the preferences or other regarding, you find that essentially the difference in hiring, depending on whether or not you know there's a ride available, is concentrated among those who have other regarding preferences, in that they at least believe that they care about women's welfare. So here's an example where norms or ways in which you think there is appropriate behavior for men and women not only affects labor supply, but actually starts affecting labor demand. So you can see a normative environment where this functions. But what this doesn't tell us is this is a model where it's explicitly not about men getting rents, right? This is very much about the fact, I believe this is good for women and I will impose it even if they face a cost and even if there's productivity cost. In order to answer a different question, which is there ever the case that when you have profits that are, or returns in the labor market that are high if only you get them and others don't, we need to turn to another market, and the market I'm going to talk about is the political market. I think it's a useful market to try to understand how rent-seeking behavior might work, is because it's a market in which if someone needs to be put forward as a candidate of a party, being the candidate of one of the mainstream parties increases your chances of getting selected or lost. And we know from papers in several countries that your earnings returns from being an elected politician are much higher than if you don't win an election. So let's look at this, and I think political markets are also an interesting market to look at because women are very underrepresented in it. So we might start by saying, maybe this doesn't matter at all. It's a representative democracy. In a representative democracy, I need to get selected by voters. I would always commit to the policies that are preferred by a majority, and so my identity shouldn't matter. What should just matter is what the majority wants. But in reality, we know that's not the case, and an important reason that's not the case is because you don't actually have policy commitment in the world. What I say before the elections doesn't necessarily guide what I do after the elections. In fact, in the United States, you can actually, there are famous examples where people talk about not raising taxes before the elections, raise taxes after the elections, but this is protected speech under the First Amendment, and so you can't actually sue a politician for saying you made a campaign promise and then you didn't keep it, right? So as if there are systematic differences in policy preferences by groups, then you can imagine that identity of the leader starts mattering if that group identity is something that is reflected in the policies they choose ex post. Right? And in the case of men and women, there's a large body of evidence suggesting that men and women often have different preferences. We've seen that on child health. We've seen that on public goods. Esther Duflo, who won the Nobel Prize a few years ago, along with Raghav Chattopadhyay, has a set of evidence showing that in West Bengal, women have more preferences for investing in drinking water because they're responsible for collecting water, while men have stronger preferences for investments in adult education centers. At this point in time, we also know that there's actually relatively close to zero gender gap in voter turnout in most countries. So for instance, if you look at the 2024 Lok Sabha elections in India, roughly 66% of both men and women voted. There was actually no gender gap. At the same time, if you look at the results of the Lok Sabha election, only 14% of those women, of elected parliamentarians in the current Lok Sabha are women. And this is very closely related to the rate at which parties are putting up candidates. So it's not like a lot of women are getting put up as candidates and are then losing elections. It's rather the case that women are not being fielded as candidates by parties. Okay. So coming back to this question of why we don't see more women being standing, we find that it's not also that women are less competent, right? So one way you can try to look at behavior post-elections, even beyond public goods, is to look at outcomes like how you employ and whether you engage in corruption. So Brazil is a very good case to look at this because they have, at the local municipality level, they have audits that allow you to evaluate how public funds are spent. So this paper, what it does is it basically takes elections or municipalities where women lost by very little in an election and compares it to jurisdictions where women won by a very small margin. So if you take election, or if you take municipalities where the winning margin was very small between a man and a woman, you can argue that voter preferences on gender are very similar because it's just by chance that in one place it went one way versus another. But what you find is, of course, what happens is there's a discrete change in the identity of the leader, and they find that this shows up in terms of differences in outcomes. And I've talked about the work from West Bengal already. So why are women not entering and succeeding as political leaders? So you could have several explanations. So one, of course, is on the supply side. So you could say that women don't aspire or formally apply to be candidates. It could be they lack resources or they expect discrimination. The evidence, at least when you look at re-elections, that doesn't seem to be the case. So when you look at women who, say, in India, and I'll talk about Nepal, who were already elected and why they didn't run again, they'll typically say, we didn't get the party ticket. So there seems to be that this could not be the full explanation. The explanation I'm going to look at, one is that there could be party discrimination. So parties act as gatekeepers. And again, they may not give women tickets because they believe voters don't like women. So, or it could be because they want to protect some set of seats for some reason for men. Again, we'll need to look at this in more detail because it's not clear why a party would do this if it's going to cost them an election. Okay? And then, as I said, the third could be that voters favor female candidates. Again, we have very limited evidence in general that this is the case. Typically, conditional on running, in most countries, women win at the same rate as men. So what I want to do is I want to go through 3 papers as a way of trying to look at which of these different explanations do we find evidence for. So I'm going to look at some work from Indian panchayats where you have, what's important is these are non-party based elections in panchayats in India. So this is a place where you can look at evidence on how women do conditional on standing as a way to get a sense of whether voter discrimination is at effect and how that plays out. We're then going to turn to 2 settings where parties enter as candidates have parties and they come through party selection committees. And in Sweden, we're going to look at the introduction of quotas on party lists that were binding as a way to understand whether it changes the composition of male candidates in a way that is suggestive that it was strategic, that you were trying to maintain some rents when you didn't have quotas and didn't have field candidates. And then I'll talk about some ongoing work I have in Nepal, where we are going to try to look to see that even if you have quotas, sometimes when there are quotas on party seats, party lists, you can strategically manipulate them. So are we seeing evidence of strategic manipulation by parties, which is again suggestive of trying to protect rents for a certain group? So let's start by talking about panchayat elections in India. So here, as I said, in panchayat elections in India, constitutionally are non-party based elections. Anyone can stand and field a ticket to run. So what we're going to do is use the fact that in some states, not all states, in some states, the way seats are chosen for reservation is essentially random. So you go through the serial numbers. First election you choose 1, 4, and so on. This was 33% reservation. And then you rotate it at the next election. So this creates randomized exposure, importantly because you have cross-cutting reservations. So you have reservation for women under 3 categories, which is open seats for women, only SC women can run, and only ST women can run. What this means is there is also variation in whether some seats get reserved twice in a row for women, or whether they actually move from being for a woman to a man. And so we're going to use this randomized variation to really ask it could well be that voters start with biased preferences, but once they're exposed to women, they actually are willing to update. And what this would suggest is that at least voters' preferences are malleable. Now, again, as I said, and I think this goes back to what we discussed in the last class when we, last lecture, is getting information on individuals' own beliefs is often subject to concerns of social desirability. So women and men will say what they think you as a surveyor want to hear, not necessarily what they believe. So much of the work in this paper was trying to think about different ways in which we can try to get more objective measures about beliefs. Okay? So what did we do? So the first thing we did, which is very similar to what I talked about in the Madhya Pradesh case, is we read out a vignette to the household respondent, but randomly varied both the gender of the pradhan and the public good, because we know both of those matter. Right? So you say pradhan X, and the name would either be a male or female, has been serving her panchayat for 10 months. You create a case where there's a budget constraint, there's a limited amount of money, and you have to either spend on irrigation, which is a male preferred good, or drinking water, which is a female preferred good. And then we kind of describe what they decided. And we randomized both the gender and the choices made. And what we want to see is whether someone who's presented for exactly the same decision, let's say on irrigation, do you judge someone differently if that decision was made by a male versus a female? Another way of trying to get at bias is to we got the respondents to hear the same speech on a recording. So they played it through a phone and they listened to it, where all we did is we varied the voice of the pradhan making the speech so that it was either read out by a man or a woman, right? So basically, you're hearing exactly the same woman make the same speech as a man. The only thing you're going to see is a difference in it. And then we would ask a series of questions like, for instance, do you think on a scale of 1 to 10, how effective do you think the pradhan is? Do you think they care about villagers' welfare, and so on? And then, and as I said, one thing to keep in mind in evaluating such results is you don't want to show results one by one, because what you would often in that case find is randomly by chance, 1 in 10 or 1 in 15 outcomes may turn out to be positive. So rather, I think what's now best practice is we predefine that you will create a single index of outcomes that we expect to roughly move in the same direction, and just do one test rather than many. Finally, the last thing we did was, and this was, now it's quite common to do this in economics, it's actually a test that was developed in social psychology. So another thing I would encourage students who are thinking of surveys in the room to think about is really trying to also understand best practices in other disciplines. So one view is that not only do you have to be concerned about social desirability, but I myself may have social desirability towards myself. So if you ask me, do you discriminate against men? I would say no, because I don't believe that I ever do that. But then if you see my actions, I actually do. It's just that I don't realize how deep-seated my discrimination towards men is. So this is a computer-based test where basically what happens is in the middle of the screen, there's a name flashed. And you have to assign this name to the right side, which is this side, because this is where the man is. Okay, and I can see how long it takes you in a computer to enter it. What varies is the other symbol attached to it, which in this case here is a house and here is a Panchayat Bhavan. So what will flash out here is either name, which you have to attach here, or it would be something like a leadership role, like saying a leader. So leader or Panchayat officer you have to attach here. Now this is what we would call a non-stereotyped block, because we are associating the man with the house and the woman with the Panchayat. And so assigning it to the right category, you are likely to do it slower than if it's assigned in a stereotype. So you're used to seeing men with offices, so when you see the name of a man or office, you tend to move your cursor in the same direction. You're going to be just slightly slower doing it in the other direction. And the block will not let you move on to the next prompt until you've completed this. And so what you look at is the difference in the speed at which you do assignments for what we would call stereotyped images and non-stereotyped images as a measure of your bias. And in social psychology, this is what's known as implicit bias. So what did we find? So what we found, and this is on the taped speech, is what you find is when you have never seen a woman before, so you're never reserved, typically means you've only seen male leaders, you have a much lower, you rank women significantly worse. However, if you've actually been reserved, if you had a reservation, you rank the male and female voice similarly, which means that you may start off by thinking women will make worse leaders, but that's because you haven't seen a woman. Once you see a woman, you're willing to update quite fast. We find similar effects in the IIT. So the extent of bias in terms of the rate at which you do the correct assignment in the stereotype versus non-stereotype block, that bias reduces significantly when you've actually been exposed to a female leader. And then finally, and that's the objective data that we care about, is what you see is we looked at all the panchayats in 2008 that were currently not reserved, but they varied in their history of reservation. There were some that had never been reserved, there were some that were reserved twice, and there were some that reserved once. And if you just look at the dark blue line, what you see is basically, the likelihood of having a female pradhan is much higher when you have previous reservation. And importantly, in India, there's a lot of anti-incumbency. So it's not as if it's the same woman who's winning the third time. This is actually new people coming in. We see more candidate entry, and we see more willingness. So coming to this first question of whether the reason why we don't see women standing and running is because voters discriminate. It could be that voters have incorrect perceptions, but they can be corrected quite easily. So I can't rule out at this point, the idea that, well, women, parties don't field candidates because no one wants to go through the one-time hit of being the person who loses candidates because it's starting from a situation where they aren't exposed. But here you can see, for instance, quotas, and as we know, India has now introduced quotas even for Lok Sabha, will have value because they'll force all the parties to at least do a one-off exposure of voters to women, and voters update fast. And this has broader consequences which are directly matter for welfare. So this looks at what happens to gender gaps. So this is parental aspirations for men and women, and then the dark, this is the gap. And what you see across the board is that basically the gender gap, for instance, just looking at this one, in educational outcomes goes to being 0, right? So here you see if you were never reserved, there's a gender gap in educational outcomes in favor of men. It's slightly lower if you reserve once, but once you reserve twice, that really goes to 0. Similarly, when you look at time use, the gender gap here is negative. Girls adolescent girls are doing more work like getting drinking water and so on. But again, once you've been reserved twice, that goes down. So just to summarize, I think what we learn and I think what are the open questions is that we see that sustained exposure to women leads to more willingness to have women. And it seems like a key channel here is voter beliefs. But again, voters are often not the gatekeepers. In these panchayat elections, voters were the gatekeepers because that's where they are coming in and the candidates are standing directly for election. But in many cases, as I said, the parties are the gatekeepers. And while a party might want to win overall as an institution, the members of a party selection committee or a party leader might care about their own chances to remain a party leader, possibly even at the expense of some electoral losses. And so we turn now to places with elections through parties to ask, is there gatekeeping to protect rents? So the majority of, so over 100 countries today have gender quotas in politics. And the majority of the countries that have quotas are not like the Indian case where the reservation is on a seat, but rather typically the reservation, especially in proportional representation systems, is on parties. So parties are told, as you put up candidates, you need to meet some requirements. It could be you need to have 50% of your candidates have to be men, 50% have to be women. That's a very common requirement. And what you see is that essentially, I'm sorry, these are names of countries which are very hard to see. But basically the set of countries where women actually are getting elected at the rate required by the quota is very small. So another way of saying it, parties are required to have 50% quota on their candidates in the hope that if all parties do it, 50% of those who win should be women. Well, that doesn't tend to happen. You tend to have something like 30%. And what's the reason for this? Candidates are entry into politics is typically controlled, as I said, by parties within their party selection committee members. They may not want to have party candidates elected either because they think voters won't select them or because male leaders favor male candidates. And so when you have quotas, you will then try to possibly think of ways to get around it because you don't want female candidates. But why don't you want female candidates as your party leader? So one paper that looks at this is a paper that looks at Swedish elections. And I think looking at Swedish elections is interesting because I think when we look at any of these sexism indices or world value surveys and so on, Scandinavian countries are always seen as at the top as being very egalitarian, very fair. So if you're going to find evidence of male biased behavior in Scandinavia, that really suggests that this may be something that's quite deep-seated. So I'm going to talk about a paper by Tim Besley and co-authors, where the theory model they have is the following. They say, okay, let's take a case where voters are not biased. So let's shut down that channel. And what we want to think about is the trade-off made by the party leader, which is the following. If I put forward more competent candidates, voters can identify competence, and they're not biased, so they'll choose the more competent candidate. But I also want to maintain my position as the party leader because then I'm more likely to become the prime minister if the party is selected. And if I myself have, for whatever reasons, for luck, for money, or whatever else, have become the party leader, but I'm not very competent, I don't want a lot of smart people challenging me. What I want is people who are possibly even less competent as me, who feel that they're very grateful that I got my party ticket. And so my own, so what I'm trading off is electoral success for the party in the polling booth with my own success as remaining the leader of the party when I'm not very good. And we can all think of our favorite party where we think this holds. And so what this means is if a party has a less competent leader, you are going to be willing to go for less competent followers, which are candidates you put forward, because you can get their party loyalty. So how do they test for this? So they basically take Swedish municipality data. They cover all the elections from 1982 to 2014. And this is a thing that, now we've seen several papers do it. It's interesting. I'm not saying this is the only way to do it as the correct way to do it, is you take earning regression. So what this means, I take your income, my income is a dependent variable, and I control for things like education, location, age, so lots of things. Whatever is the leftover, so whatever is the part that the econometrician can't explain but has predictive power for income, I call that your innate competence. So this is not a very well theorized model. This is just saying the econometrician can't see everything, and whatever you can't see is that leftover talent. And what they find is that this competence measure that's the leftover, at least in Sweden, they can show it's very strongly related to cognitive scores for men. The reason they can do it for men is that at the age of 18, all Swedish men have to enter the military. When they enter the military, they actually have to take a series of cognitive tests. And this is the miracle of working with Scandinavian data, is you can match everything. You can have the full record of all these men who are entering the military and match it to their incomes later in life. And so this is what you see is this is just looking right now across all the candidates. What it's saying is that basically voters want more competent candidates. So if you're more competent, you're going to have a higher vote share. You're more likely to get re-elected. Here, this is the subset that's done for the cognitive score. And among just the men, you can see it's linked to both their cognitive score in the test and their leadership in the military. So there seems to be a lot of evidence suggesting that what they're picking up in this income regression, the Mincer regression, is actually a measure of leadership. So now how are they going to test this theory that less competent men get selected? So they exploit the fact that in 1993, the main Swedish party adopted what's known as a zipper quota. So basically it said every party candidate list should alternatively have a man, then a woman, then a man, then a woman. So by definition, it's 50%, plus it starts right at the start. So they argue in the model that this introduction of the gender quota was a shock to the political equilibrium. And now you're introducing these women, and what happens is you have to decide which men to take off, because you have to take half the men off the list. And now you have a larger share of women who are possibly also more competent. And so what they find here is they look at so the dependent variable is competence. So it's this measure they have on the residual of income. That's the dependent variable. And they ask what happens, especially once they control for trends, to whether you're seeing more competent politicians after the quota. And the answer is yes. You see more competent politicians after the quota. Importantly, this is not coming from women. There is no statistically significant effect of the quota on the competence of women. But what they find is men become much more competent. Yeah? And so the interpretation they have is that basically when women come in, the men who are pulled out are the least competent men. And the title of the paper, which I think you can only get away with if it's a team of all male authors, is Mediocre Men. And so their argument is that basically, when you introduce more competition through women, it's a lower quality of the mediocre men who are going to lose their party seats. But you can see that without a quota or an institutional mechanism to bring in these women, what you're seeing is a maintenance of the status quo, and the part that they don't really test in the paper, but is very much central to their theory, is these less competent men are surviving because they are ensuring the survival of the male party leader. That last bit, I think, is sort of a hypothesis. It's not something that they show in the data. Now, zipper quota is a very specific kind of party list, right? You can't. It requires you to do one man and one woman. There's not much strategic choice. But very often parties actually have strategic choice of where they can place women. And there are papers showing that parties tend to strategically fulfill their quotas by putting women in places where they will lose. The most striking result in this literature I find is one on Spain, where they basically show, we know in general there's another phenomenon which is true, that candidates who are listed at the start of a ballot are more likely to get more votes. It's the first names you see. And so they show that in Spain, after this quota was passed, you had a much higher likelihood that female candidates have a surname which is later in the alphabet than male candidates. And because these ballots are alphabetically ordered, you'll have more men at the top, and more women at the bottom, which is, pretty sophisticated thinking. In France, there's evidence that basically parties will meet their quotas by placing women where the party is less likely to win altogether. So this suggests that when you give some amount of flexibility to parties, this often doesn't get used well. So let me conclude by showing one area close to us where we see some strategic behavior is in Nepal. So Nepal in 2015, 5 minutes. Yeah. So Nepal in 2015 moved to being putting in place a new constitution and became a federal democracy. And the constitution, this was built off the Maoist revolution where women had played a very important role. And it required that in every municipality there were two main positions, the mayor and the deputy mayor. And they required that one of the two should be a woman. Didn't require which one, but said if a party fields candidates in both, one of the two has to be a woman. So of course, unsurprisingly, what happened is all the parties coordinated to only field women for the deputy mayor. So in 2017, basically very few women were mayors, and over 80% were deputy mayors, even though nothing in the constitution said that you need to have women as deputy mayors and men as mayors. It was like one of the two has to be. But what's even more striking is that when you look at the next election, 2022, you actually see a decline. So you might say, well, there's this quota. It's supposed to be binding in the constitution, which is very clear. So how can you actually get around it? So when we were talking to women, this is the kind of claim they said. They said people talk about political party lines and how they're different, but they're really all the same when it comes to female inclusion. In the end, there are only two parties, men and women. And so we were interested in asking, how were these quotas undermined? And so again, for the students in the room, I think this is one way you can think about forming a research question, is just looking at a graph like this, knowing what the rules are, and say, how did this happen? And what does that teach us about individual behavior? So when you look at this in a bit more detail, what you see is the way that they undermined the quota was by forming party coalitions. Now, there may have been other reasons for forming party coalitions, but what parties realized very early on is that if two parties entered a coalition in a municipality, one of them fielded the mayor and one of them fielded the deputy mayor, then it wasn't binding on either of them because the requirement was at the party level. And so what you find is that basically areas that were coalitions were formed were ones where women were less likely to be fielded because they could get around it. You could say that these are orthogonal. There are two different things that happen. But then what you also find in the data, and I'm short of time, so I won't go into the details of it, is that, not only was it that the coalitions reduced female representation, but the parties that formed coalitions were those that were likely to have lost the previous election. So these are cases where we see that there are men in the losing party who have some preferences for getting into a coalition and possibly winning. So what this shows you is that if you did not win any seat in 2017, you're more likely to enter a coalition, and then you're more likely to field a man. So let me conclude with just, I think, some set of open questions. So I think the first thing you learn from a lot of these quota results is that if you have policy responses to discrimination that are not taking into account of the underlying cause of discrimination, they're often less effective. So if you don't think about where the discrimination coming from, if you don't think about the fact that maybe someone is losing rents, then just telling parties you have to meet a quota means that they may try to figure out how to avoid it, because they are either beholden to the male incumbents or they want to protect some rents. I'd say a lot of the literature on demand-side frictions have thought a lot about kind of discrimination through this lens of whether it's I don't like women or I don't, I think they're less productive. There's been less attention to this idea that maybe discrimination in some ways is an easy trope. I can say I don't like women, but really I'm saying I don't like women because I know if they come in, I'll be out of a job because they're better than me. Right? And if that's the world, I think you have to start thinking quite differently about some of these policies, because it's not going to matter to just educate them on what happens. And so I think there's a lot of work to be done in this area, and I'd say compared to how much we understand about gender norms and how they affect supply-side responses, we know relatively less on what is happening on the demand side. And let me just end with this graph, which I think is maybe depressing, but it's important to realize is this is data on political violence targeting women in politics. And what you can see is India is quite high up on this. And this is something you hear about quite a lot, is, we've talked about discrimination, or in some ways quite legal ways of keeping women out of politics, but in many places in politics, but also in the workplace, we see targeting of women often happening, and that I think again is an area that's less studied. So let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for such a fantastic, thought-provoking, stimulating lecture. It made us, at least me and maybe many of us, to think that what we think, norms as normal, they could be discriminatory, because the actions based on norms which are so ingrained in our daily life that we think this is all normal. We should protect women, they shouldn't go out. These are discriminatory, and she's brought it out, and that's really thought-provoking. So I'll kickstart the discussion, and I'll like to ask you, Rohini. So all these discriminatory norms that we've been talking about, and the research that you presented is when women get into labor market. How about once they're in labor market, and do these norms play a similar role during career progression? Do you think it also matters that women are not able to do as well in career as their male counterparts?
No, I think that's a great question, and I think the answer is yes. A lot of the work, I'd say, on career progressions has also focused in some ways on sort of supply side constraints. So on things like, are women less confident? Do they persist less? Do they ask for promotions less? If you want the very kind of Sheryl Sandberg, why you need to lean in. But I think increasingly we have evidence that, women also get passed over much more. They may ask for less, but if they ask for more, it's not like they get more. They then get termed as being, bossy or bullying or otherwise. So I think it's an open area of research. One thing we know in the data is, and my colleague Penny Goldberg has a paper on this, is one of the best things that women can do for themselves is to have female managers or female bosses. But I think it's an understudy. So I think we know career progressions are low. There is some evidence that norms affect how men and women are treated for the same kind of behavior, say asking for a promotion. But what we don't know over and above that is how much there is just active discrimination when I know there's a high productivity woman. The other thing I'd say, for example, is things like networks often matter. So there's a nice paper by Zoe Cullen and co-authors which uses data. Basically, now all these businesses have cards so you can see who's going in and out. Basically asking, if you get a boss who smokes, what does that do? And the idea really is a boss who smokes takes a smoking break, goes down with people in his office, and this is a place where men talk to men on the smoking break. And so she finds that men benefit from getting a boss who smokes. Women actually don't benefit from getting a boss who smokes. So that's another way in which it happens. So there are a lot of informal channels that have been documented, but I think it's an open area of research.
Thank you very much. And now I'll open it to the floor. So I see, maybe I'll go with the women first. Yeah, you can introduce yourself, and yeah, you getting one.
Hello. Hi, I am Nilanjana. I'm a recent bachelor's graduate from University of Delhi. So I have two questions. Firstly, I've been holding on to this since the starting of the discussion. So you talked about paternalistic discrimination. I just wanted to get your take. Could this not be born out of selfish interests rather than altruism? And when they're saying that, oh, it's not safe for women to be out at night, it's actually because if something bad happens, the responsibility could perhaps fall on them, and they don't want that, which is why they're having this kind of discrimination.
Yeah.
You have another, then quickly you can say briefly, right?
Right.
So I want to
Okay, the second one is slightly unrelated, but it is on the topic of like career progressions and what the chair was talking about. So this December marks 6 years since hundreds of graduate students in Department of Economics across USA penned an open letter talking about abuse of power, discrimination and harassment that they faced. And you talked about it during your acceptance speech for the Carolyn Belshaw Award, and you talked about the things we could do to make it better. Now it's been a lot of time has passed, a whole global pandemic has happened. We've also seen a ban on affirmative action in the US and race-based admissions. So I just wanted to get your take. Has there been a change? Is it good? Is it bad? And what can you say to give hope to young women aspiring to enter this profession and this field? Thank you.
So do you want to take a couple of questions?
Sure, I can take a couple of questions. Yeah.
So, gentleman at the back here.
Yeah, I'm Somesh from IITK. I teach trade and econometrics. But out of curiosity, I'm asking that what is the cross-country evidence regarding judiciary or the rule of law saying something on women empowerment and gender parity? And I'm hesitant, but I'll ask, is it skewed? I'm asking about how does judiciary look at this issue of women empowerment and gender parity, especially when there is infringement and many parties get impacted. So is it that one side has a skewed impact?
I'll take one more, Moshmi.
Rohini, so my question is sort of related to your previous talk as well, and so when you are thinking about the demand side discrimination or whatever, I mean differential treatment, so political party is only one type of occupation, and in some sense it's very one specific winner, right? Or you can compare this with a CEO of a company or something. But the labor market is broader than that. So in the sense that I can be a doctor and so on, and there is no such limited space at the top. But you do see even there a sort of, some sort of gatekeeping. And part of that is also because you were talking about in the previous lecture about the education becoming more egalitarian. But if you still look at the distribution of women in STEM courses, there is still a huge disparity. And for India, for sure, we know that most of the well-paying jobs are coming from more and more from, if your educational background in STEM. So do you think that part of the reason why you see this demand side problem is also linked to the supply side problem in the kind of education that women are getting or choosing? So whether that they are related at what level?
Yeah, probably take these.
Three questions and before we answer, thank you very much. So starting with the question first on, do we think underlying paternalistic discrimination has some kind of fear? So certainly, I think gatekeeping, and I think that was a link I was making slightly unclearly, is that we often think of discrimination separate from gatekeeping, and it could be that there is discrimination, but the true reason underlying it is not that some light goes off in my head and I decide I really can't stand in the same room as a woman. It's more like I discriminate. I might even call it taste or other. But underlying it is economic reasons. And of course, that's almost impossible to separate those two. Having said that, I think one thing that the authors here would say is that they find these effects concentrated in the group that has strong other regarding preferences. But of course, the way they measure other regarding preferences is also by willingness to say things like women should not work at night. So it's a bit self-fulfilling. So I agree with you that it could be that some of this is a fear that you get in trouble, but it's still the case that I knew that I was not going to hire them again, and the NGO was taking all the responsibility. So if to the extent they could really minimize the fear for an employer, it was this NGO that was kind of conducting the experiment would arguably be the one that would be held responsible, not so much perhaps the employer. So that's one. In terms of what has changed, I think there's certainly much more awareness. I think I would say departments, some departments have put in a lot of steps. I think there's a lot more awareness that one of the best things we can do is just have more women in the profession. So I think as a young person, perhaps the best thing you can do is stay in the profession, don't leave it. I think that would be, I think we would benefit as a profession from having you, but there are also great externalities overall from having it. I'm not sure I completely understood your question, so please correct me if I didn't, but cases typically will not go to the judiciary on women's empowerment. What they will go to the judiciary is on discrimination. And if you can show evidence of discrimination, so for instance, in the US, the discrimination would be not getting equal wages for similar work, you would win a case like that. It's of course very often quite hard to show that you're doing the identical work as someone else. I think there's been a lot of interest, for instance, in things like pay transparency recently, precisely because that might help us get a little bit more at identifying whether that happens. I'd say there's been recent research, and again, in the US better, less so I would say on gender discrimination, but certainly quite a lot on race discrimination, especially on bail decisions. And there is evidence that judges differ in their treatment, and that is related to bias.
What I had in mind was this suicide by this techie, and I'm talking about the marriage infringement rules. Have they been lopsided?
I'm sorry, I don't know what the marriage infringement rule. Okay, let's move to the next question. Yeah, so Maushmi, I think, of course I agree with you that political market is a very specific market. One thing I'd say on STEM, what's interesting is there's something known as the STEM puzzle, which is countries that are seen as the most conservative are actually the countries where you see more women in STEM. So think about comparing Turkey to Scandinavia. There are more women engineers in Turkey than in Scandinavia. And there's one view that a response to a system where you're not taken very seriously is you get to be taken seriously by doing what the economy favors, like math and economics. So if you took that view, if you think about laws, let's say, why women do worse, let's say, at IIT entrance exams in India, one view is parents spend less on the tuition, right? There's a huge tuition industry now supporting all of this. If especially lower-income households decide they're going to put all their money on the son, that becomes self-perpetuating. So it's harder for us, I think, to learn about preferences when we know there's a lot of payments going on early on.
Thank you. Next round of questions. So, yeah. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Prerna from DSC. Thank you for interesting session. I have the question from the morning session. You talked about the male preference for women. They have don't want the women to go out and work. But what if the women don't have to go out and work? Like currently there is this cloud kitchens and remote based work. How will that change the bargaining dynamics?
I'm Saurabh Kumar from IGITR, and I have a question from the morning session. So in a graph you showed that rural women labor force participation is increasing and many of them are self-employed. During this happened after the COVID period. Is there any possibility of the migration that happened during the COVID and it actually resulted in more self-employment among the women?
Thank you. I'll take one more question. Yeah, right up in front.
Hello. You spoke about...
Introduce yourself.
I'm Ashwath. I'm a master's student at Shivnagar. So you spoke about party leaders deciding about women candidates, but in countries with an open list system, is there work on voter gendered preference for candidates from the same party?
Okay, thanks. So I'm glad you asked this question about kind of gig work that can be done from home. There's actually a graduate student last year on the PhD, Lisa Ho and Sohani Jalota. They did a set of work of it actually in West Bengal and Mumbai. And I think there are two parts to it. So certainly, so they were looking at work that you can do on your smartphone at home. And certainly, once you give women work at home, they're more willing to accept it. The concern is, is this going to be a stepping stone to higher paying work outside the house? Or is this just another way in which you're going to see occupational segregation and women working at home? They found quite positive evidence that it seems to play a role in getting women and their families used to work, and then you actually are more likely to also take an office-based job. So I think based on that evidence, I think it's certainly the case that we could be hopeful that the arrival of more of these jobs not just bring people into the labor market, but hopefully doesn't become a case that there's another kind of stereotyping that happens, that now you have jobs at home, you don't need to go outside. So in terms of COVID and whether post-COVID we see this increase, I think there are two parts. So first, the increase in rural labor force participation actually started just a bit before COVID. But what is true, and I think that's what you're picking up, is we know there was this huge return migration during COVID from cities back to rural areas. And some work that I and others have done show that actually men went back to jobs in the cities, women were less likely to go back to jobs in the cities. And when we do interviews, they're like, once you're back, the family, family obligations, people now start getting worried that the city was such a bad time at the lockdown. So there's certainly possibly some of that as well, that there are more women who are not going for urban jobs now, and so there's some amount of displacement we're seeing. I think that's a very good point. And then, so I'm blanking on the third question, which was on open lists. So there's a paper by Pierre Raffler and others looking in Germany where the same voter is making a choice for different levels at the same time. So you're choosing across levels, and they do find some evidence that its parties are selectively making differences in who they show at which level, and it's not voter bias. So I can refer you to the paper. I don't know it that well, but I think that gets to your open party list question.
Yeah, thank you. So next round of questions. Somebody would like to ask?
Right, hi, I'm Tejas from Shivnada University. I had a question around the idea of the competence paper that you spoke about how men look at women coming into the field as competition, and so less competent men drop out, even though they were helping in establishing status quo earlier. In the context of certain elections in the Southeast Asia where representation is of great importance when choosing candidates, both men or women. So you see widows of popular leaders who have had nothing to do with politics their entire life stand for these elections on party lines. Or you have less competent men also stand for elections because they represent a certain community. Where does that result kind of fit into these elections? And how do we see women in such a political lens?
So, I mean, if you were to defend it, what someone would say is, it's not a question that you need to lead. If you are in a political dynasty, you hear about politics all the time, so you're well informed. But more seriously, I think dynastic politics is an important challenge, and it has the same features that, the person who started might be more competent and high quality, but there is certainly mean reversion after that. So Siddharth George, who is a faculty member at NUS Singapore, has a paper actually that traces out all the political dynasties in India and shows how there is actually, I'd say, the first dynasty who starts it is more competent on the measures of public goods and things like that, but then it reduces over time. And his view is one of the reasons why this persistence happens is you have huge access to party machinery and money to pay in. And so that's how you get the party ticket. And if a party is kind of well known in an area, you benefit from it because it takes voters a bit of time to also realize that you're relatively incompetent compared to the alternative.
Yeah. So maybe there is time for last quick question.
Right,
okay,
back.
Right at the back.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Kunal, PhD student at SUNSPO. So my question was more about women's rights and material conditions vis-a-vis land rights and how much land can they actually own. So basically in literature you see a lot of variation between communally owned land, especially for agriculture, versus privately owned land. So there's a variation in the protection, the expropriation of land rights. and how would inheritance, how would use rights, productivity of that land would change. So I think the question would be, when it comes to inheritance bequests, how does the variation in marriage markets, the identity of women in those communities change with creation of property rights or removing the expropriation risk at all times?
So I'm flattered that you think I am an expert very broadly on these issues, which I'm actually not. But I think, certainly from the literature I've read on the change in inheritance laws in India, it appears to be the case that women do benefit in terms of both the Hindu Succession Act and changes that have benefited women in terms of access to more land and more bargaining power within the household. However, you also find, I think, some impacts which are more concerning, like a rise in, I think Sonia Bhalotra has a paper, a rise in sex-selective abortions. So, parents almost try to limit the number of, I guess, daughters they have to give land to. And I think more generally, I think about a paper that Natalie Bao has, where in some ways changing one aspect of why you may favor your sons to get land without realizing the reason for it, which is that traditionally men are responsible for old age care of parents, leads to possibly these worse behaviors. What she shows that if you kind of, for instance, instead encourage a lot of social protection and pension for old age, that reduces kind of bias in favor of whichever gender was responsible for old age protection. So I think land is a classic example of something where because it's passed down from parents to children, there's some sense in which parents also think about what are the obligations of the child they give it to and whether they would hold to it. And I think thinking that through is important before you just aim for equality.
Okay, thank you very much, and let's give her a big round of applause.
Okay.
Two
keynotes, yeah, that's a lot. So I'm ready for tea.
Exhausted.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
Thanks, Sangeeta.
Thank you, Professor Rohini Pande, for the delightful session and enriching us with the knowledge. Now I request Professor Sangeeta Bansal to kindly present a memento to our esteemed speaker, Professor Rohini Pande. I request everyone to join us for tea in the DSC front lawns. We'll meet here again at sharp 4 p.m. for the special lecture. I request everybody to wait at their seats while our esteemed speaker leaves the auditorium.
ठीक है. A very good evening to all. I, Sneha, welcome you back for the special lecture of the Winter School 2024, jointly organized by the Center of Development Economics, Delhi School of Economics, and Econometric Society. We are honored to have with us Professor Julia Cage from Department of Economics, Sciences Po Paris, as the speaker for this special lecture on the topic, the far-right donation gap. To chair this session, we have an esteemed guest, Mr. Bhagwan Shankar, a retired IAS officer, a distinguished fellow, Institute of Eminence, University of Delhi. We are grateful to have you for this session. Now I request Mr. Bhagwan Shankar to commence the session.
Good afternoon, everyone here. In particular, Professor Ram Singh, the director of the institution, and a close friend of mine, who has invited me here for sharing this session. Well, it's great that we have today Professor Julia Cage from France, Paris to be precise, who is going to address all of you. About Professor Julia Cage, Professor Julia Cage is a professor of economics in the Department of Economics at Sciences Po Paris, France. She is a research fellow at Center of Economic Policy Research, that is CEPR, where she also leads the Research and Policy Network on Media Plurality. She was a board member of the Agence France Presse, that is third largest international news agency in the world. She completed her PhD at Harvard University. She received the Best Young French Economist Award in 2023. Professor Julia Cage will speak on the topic, the far-right donation gap. The far-right donation gap. This is something very interesting in the field of public policy, public administration, so much to do with, life in public field. So I welcome Professor Julia Cage to deliver a talk. And just a minute, the scheme of things will be that we have 60 minutes, the total. So we'll work like this, that she will speak for, let's say, 45 minutes. While she's speaking, I have spoken to her, she can take few questions, not so many, but it will be ideal that the questions are kept with you at the end, after 45 minutes. I'm keeping 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes question answer session, so that we are over with the entire exercise after 60 minutes. 5 o'clock we'll stop the program. Thank you. Professor, please.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here today and to be back to India. It's always a pleasure. And also to see some colleagues from Sciences Po Paris and others from Paris. So this is joint work with two of my PhD and postdoc students, Moritz Engel from Sciences Po Paris and Yushan Wang, who was previously at the Paris School of Economics. The departure point for this lecture is this plot, where I did plot the share of household declaring a charitable donation every year. In general, when we talk in many countries, in particular in the Western world, about charitable giving and the philanthropic sector, we have this view that the philanthropic sector is just booming, becoming every year even larger, with billionaires making donations in million euros, dollars, or whatever currency, which is true if you look at the size of the sector in dollars terms. Now there is another way to look at how the charitable sector is evolving over time, which is not to look at the total amount received by charities, but at the share of the population that contribute every year to the charitable sector. Here you have some figures for France, and what we see for France using just administrative tax data is that the share of households who make each year a donation to charities has declined from 13 to below 9% over the past 8 years. So you have an important drop. If you look at different countries, for example, a country like the US that is in red on this plot, in general, when we talk about the US, this is supposed to be the country of philanthropy. You see that even in a country like the US, this share over the past 10 years are dropped from around 29% to below 25%. You look at Germany from other data, like survey data, you have exactly the same kind of drop. You look at countries like the Netherlands, Sweden, you look at the UK, even in these countries, you have exactly the same pattern. And for any single country I've looked across at least OECD countries, we see this kind of similar pattern where the share of households or the share of individuals who decide on an annual basis to make a donation to any charities, so association, non-profit organization, foundation, is declining everywhere. The big question, I think, is why? And I guess this is an important question that we have completely overlooked because our eyes were only focused on the size of the charitable sector. Okay? And what I want to do today is to link this drop in the propensity to give to the changing political landscape in these different countries, in particular with the rise of far-right political parties. And I'm just going to show you one plot to motivate, let's say, this assumption, and then, of course, we will enter into much more details. This is the same data for France than the very first graph that I show you, where I look at the evolution of the share of donors over the past 10 years, okay? In blue, you have the share of donors between 2013 and 2016, and in red, you have the share of donors between 2017 and 2029. Okay, so the first thing that you see from this plot is that this share of donors has been declining, but this is similar to the previous plot I had. The other thing that is of interest here is the following. What I did here is that I took all the 36,000 French communes, and I rank this commune depending on the score obtained by the far-right party Rassemblement National of Marine Le Pen, both in 2012 and in 2017. What does it mean? Is that it means that if you are at the bottom left, the vote share obtained by Marine Le Pen, the far-right was pretty low, and if you are at the top right of the plot, the vote share obtained by Marine Le Pen was pretty high. Okay, so the more you move to the right, the stronger the extreme right in the polls. And what you see here is that the propensity to give is much lower in places that support more the far-right parties. And what I am going to do in this paper is to try to document the relationship between far-right voting and this lower propensity to give to charities. And given that the far-right is increasingly popular in a number of countries, also to try to have some prediction in a sense in what does it imply in terms of the further evolution, let's say, of the charitable sector. Okay? And I also want to highlight here that what is important in this analysis of the role played by ideology in the propensity to give is that it is not only about the social acceptability of charitable behavior. So it is not only about saying that before people were not giving money, but they were pretending that they were giving some money because they thought this is what they had to report. At the end of the day, what we observe is a real change in the actual behavior of individuals. How am I going to tackle these questions? I am going to proceed in 4 different ways. The first thing that I did is that in 2022, I ran a very large-scale survey, so we have more than 12,000 observations in France with data on the political preferences of surveyed individuals. So we did the survey just 1 week before the presidential elections that took place in 2022, and where we also asked people about whether or not they did a donation over the past 12 months and whether or not they were going to do one in the forthcoming 12 months. Okay? The main limitation of using surveyed data when you want to analyze this kind of behavior is that obviously you can suffer from some reporting bias, because people might just decide to say, oh, yes, I made a donation because they thought that it is good. And if at the end of the day, like far-right voters, they do not have the same relationship with the idea of giving to charities than other voters, they might just report their donation differently. So the second thing that I did in the data is that basically I am going to proxy individual level behaviors by using aggregate data at the commune level. So this is very close to what we did with Thomas Piketty in our book on political conflict in France, where we try to understand the way people did vote over the very long run. So we analyzed voting pattern in France, like back to the French Revolution. Of course, there were no survey at the time of the French Revolution, but still you want to know how people vote depending on income, on wealth, or education, on profession. Even in the 19th century, we are voted in France like since like 250 years. And what we do is that basically we looked at the electoral results at the commune level, and we look at the characteristics of each of the commune, and we are going to use this aggregate data in a sense to approximate the individual behaviors. Here I do the same thing, but using the charity data. So basically I obtain from the tax administration charity observation at the level of each of the commune, and I am going to look at the correlates of the propensity to give for each of the 36,000 French communes. The first thing that I'm going to show you by using this kind of data is that at the end of the day, whether you use the survey data or the administrative tax data, far-right voters, they tend to give less to charities than the rest of the population. You will see that the magnitude of the effect is pretty large. At the end of the day, voters for the far-right in France, they are 6 percentage points less likely to make a charitable donation than those people that abstain in election. And I think it's very important to look at abstainers as the omitted variable, because in general we associate, social capital with the fact of participating in elections. So we will assume that those with a lower social capital are the individuals who do not vote. And here we see that the propensity to give is even lower among far-right voters than among people who do abstain. Okay. And I'm going to show you some evidence that at the end of the day, like not all the different kind of charities are affected exactly the same way. In particular, because you might say, okay, I stop giving to some charity because I don't like what they do, but I might decide to give to different kind of charities. And there is this discussion in particular to know whether there will be among far-right voters a preference to give for more local charities than for more global ones, for example. What I'm going to do here is that I'm going to use charity level information. So I'm going to obtain a record directly from a number of charities that I can classify either as like global charities or local charities. And I will show you that de facto far-right voters, they give less to global charities, but they do not give more to local ones. So this is not as if they were kind of a substitution effect where they substitute less global donations for more local ones. They simply give less overall. And this is one of the things that we would like to explain. And as a fourth piece of evidence, I am going to rely on data I obtained from the Italian tax administration. As you will see, the Italian context is of particular interest because every year when they fill their tax forms, Italian citizens, they might decide to give 5% of their total income tax to the charity of their choice. This is at no cost for them. This is just a way to tell the administration, I want this money to be spent on the funding of the non-profit sector. And among the different choices they are faced, so either they can pick a charity, or they can pick a charitable sector, say, okay, I want my money to be used for health, for education, for sport, other things, or they can just give the money to their commune of residence. So they are always faced with this like very local choice at the end of the day. And you will see that despite that, among far-right voters in Italy, the propensity to contribute to this 5% that is called like Cinque per Mille system is much lower among far-right voters. Okay. Then the question will be, given the increasing far-right popularity in a number of countries, whether the drop I show you initially at the beginning of the talk in the propensity to give is likely to intensify in the future. And in a sense, I am going to show you evidence that it is, because you have two different factors at play. First of all, when people decide to vote for the far right, their propensity to give decrease. And among what I call loyal far right voters, you also see an increasing decline in the propensity to give over time. Okay? So compared to the existing literature in political economy or political science about giving, so summarizing the literature on charitable donations or charitable motives, it could take me like a 2-hour class, and I decided to do that with a 2-bullet slide. So this is pretty hard, but we have like a very large literature trying to know why people do give, in particular whether this is driven by image concern, whether this is a warm glow effect, this kind of stuff. What is kind of new here is to look at the role play by ideology, and I am tempted to say by ideology everything else equal. Okay, I'm trying to control for all the correlates, obviously, that are associated with far-right voting, with income, with health, with education, with the size of the population, with whether you live in an urban or a rural place, and isolate the pure role of far-right voting. Compared to what is also done in general in the literature, what I want to highlight is a methodological, in a sense, contribution, but I think it's of importance. For this kind of question, like, okay, propensity to give or a lot of measures that are associated with social capital, in general, we tend only to rely on survey data. These survey data, they can be very useful for a number of dimensions, and as you will see, I started by that, okay, performing a survey. But they face a number of limitations, and the very first limitation of the kind of survey data we tend to use is that we don't have any data back in history. So, for example, people very often make very strong claim about the importance of trust, as if it were a new phenomenon, but the thing that we don't know how to measure trust 10, 20, or 30 years ago. So the idea here is not to say we shouldn't use survey data. Of course, we should use survey data, but not only survey data. And here I am going to complement this survey data with administrative tax data, with charity level records, so as to be able not only to say something about the current state of the situation, let's say, but also to look at the long run evolutions that make it better to understand long-term behaviors. Okay? So let me give you some idea of the different data set I am using here with more details. So I'm going to start with data for France before turning to Italy, where I use this like survey data, then commune level administrative tax data, and then information received by a number of specific charities before turning to the case of Italy. So in France, what we did is the following. We took advantage of the presidential elections and of the fact that in France, like before the presidential elections, we had this monthly panel data set with a very large sample of more than 12,000 individuals that were like interviewed like every month for a year before the elections. So we have very detailed information about the individuals. Of course, we have all their socio-demographic characteristics, either age, gender, education, profession, average income, the place where they do live. We also have information on measures of their trust, their social capital. We have some proxies also for their religion. And we have, obviously, because this was like a survey that was performed at the end of the day to anticipate the electoral results, we have information on their political preferences. Okay? And this was run like just a week before the presidential election. So this is a pretty good proxy of the way people are going to vote. And what we did is that we took advantage of this existing survey to add a novel module on donations, and we ask questions to people about their donations to charities and their donations to political parties. Basically, we add the following set of questions. In the past 12 months, did you make a donation to a non-profit organization, a foundation, the Téléthon, and we also looked at whether or not people gave to political parties or to political campaigns. And you will see that people do not behave the same way for political donations than for charitable donations. And then we ask the same questions for future donations. Okay, on average, what do we have here? We observe that 43% of the French households surveyed in our data declare that they make on average a charitable donation. This is a little bit higher than what we have in the tax data, which is also linked to the fact that people tend to over-report charitable donations. But okay, this is something that we have known for a very long time, and this is where the combination of this survey data with administrative tax data can make a lot of sense. France. So the second data source come from administrative tax returns. Okay, so this is data I first used with my co-author Malka Guillot as part of another study where we look at whether or not charitable giving is politically motivated. This covered like 6 years of data, so we have 2013, 2019, and we have nearly the universe of French communes. Okay, we have 36,000 French communes, here we have 33,000 communes just because of statistical secrecy. Basically, if you have like below a certain number of observations in a number of communes, they won't be reported here in our data. Okay, the main advantage of this tax data is that they do not suffer from any reporting bias, as we see in the survey data. The main limitation of the tax data, but we have the same limitation when using the survey data, is that unfortunately we don't know who benefit from the donation. Okay, in the tax data and also in the survey data, the way we build it, we know that people made a donation, we know how much money they gave, but you know the non-profit sector is about like everything. You can give to universities, you can give to education, you can give to culture, you can give to environment, you can give to health, you can give to animals, you can give to the church, and at the end of the day we can put like a very large number of different behaviors behind the fact of giving. So what we decided to do to investigate this heterogeneity is to obtain data directly from the very large non-profit organization in France. At the end of the day, with the data that I have now, like here I put like a number of examples, I cover nearly 8% of the total donations received by charities in France. And so I collected data on charities that fight global poverty, data that rescue migrants' life at sea, data that fight for the environment, data on the charities that battle for animal suffering, etc., etc. The other advantage of this data compared to the tax data is that, okay, when you put information in the tax data on your charitable donations, is because you might expect to benefit from some tax deductions, okay? But if you are like at the below of the income distribution, you are not going to benefit from this deduction. You can still decide to report the donations, but you can have a negative reporting bias if people who cannot benefit from the donation decide not to report the donation. At least when we directly use these charity records, our data do not suffer from this kind of bias, because this is the total amount received on each of the 36,000 French communes by all these different kind of associations. Okay. So let me turn to the first set of results. I guess the best way to show you the first set of results is together with this plot. So this is just like raw data from the survey I performed, but at least you see the raw data and you see that there is like nothing linked then in the specification I'm going to use or the set of controls I'm going to introduce. Why did I do on the left-hand side plot? Okay, what you have here on the y-axis in the share of individuals who report charitable donations. So on average is 43%. Okay, and then I plot a bar depending on who the individuals voted for. Okay, and I ranked the individuals from the left toward the far right. Okay, so the two candidates at the right of the plot are Marine Le Pen for the Rassemblement National and another one that is Éric Zemmour. Yeah. Yeah. So basically, what I have here, so I have the share of individuals who report charitable donations. Okay, and here I have the different. That will be better. I have the different presidential elections candidates that go from the left to the right. So here you will have Mélenchon, this is LFI in France. Then you will have the center left, Emmanuel Macron, today's president, the right, and then you have Le Pen and Zemmour. Okay? So the first thing that you see here is that basically, I told you before that on average, the share of individuals reporting a donation was 43%. What you see is that this share is much below among Le Pen and Zemmour voters, the two far-right voters, okay? And the difference is like way statistically significant, and you will see that we still have the same kind of difference once we introduce a number of correlates with voting behavior. Here I did the same plot, but for the share of individual voters, Okay, this propensity to give is no is not lower among far-right voters. In fact, if anything, you see that for Eric Zemmour, that was another far-right candidate in 2022, the propensity to give to political parties tends to be higher than for other candidates. Okay, so this is the raw data with the average. Then you can do it like properly by introducing a number of different controls. So what you have here is that you have on the left-hand side an indicator variable that is going to be equal to 1 if you report a donation. And then you have a number of explanatory variables on the right-hand side. You will have this vector of voting behaviors, okay? Whereas in all the presentation, I am going to omit those who abstain in election. And then you have individual level controls that I am going to introduce one after each other, because I want to show you that the introduction of the controls is not going to affect the results, okay? And so this is how I plot the estimated coefficient that we have. So I did as before. What you have here is that I ranked the individuals depending on who they voted for from the left to the right. Okay, so you have far left here, Mélenchon, the left, Macron, and the candidates from the right. The first thing that you see here, and then I'm going to enter into the magnitude of the effect. The first thing that you see here is that compared to those who abstained, you have this much lower propensity among Le Pen voters to report charitable donation in this survey data. The second thing that we see, yeah.
Just a clarification. I mean, the data that you are putting up here, I guess, is all for far right only, no? Those who have dominated, they all belong to far right, or is it the entire population?
So those who are omitted here are those who abstain in elections. So which represent, like in this survey data, for presidential election, around like 32% of the surveyed population. So basically, either you can look at that by saying in any way, like those from the far right, they give less than those at the center, or you can compare, like the zero will be compared to abstainer. So if you are like around zero, you don't give more or less than those who abstain, and if you are below, you give less than those who do abstain. What is striking on this plot is that basically the estimate we have for Le Pen voters are nearly unchanged independently of the kind of controls we introduce, which is not the case for the other candidates. For example, if you introduce demographics, you see that the propensity to give drop both among right-wing voters and Macron voters, which is due to the fact that both right-wing voters and Macron voters, they tend to be older than the average, and in particular they are older than those who abstain. And we know that older people, they do give more on average than people who are younger. Okay. The other thing that is striking is that even when you control for some measures that are traditionally associated with far-right voting in the literature, the fact, for example, of having low trust toward politicians, this does not affect here the magnitude of the results. And the magnitude of the results is pretty large, given that we see that on average, the probability to give among far-right voters is 6 percentage points below the one of those who abstain in elections. Okay. You can look at that from the point of view of, okay, the candidates who are going to support. We can also look at another dimension in the survey data. What is asked to people is whether they are willing to rank themselves on the left to right wing scale, and we find the same kind of plot. So here you can tell me that this looks a little bit like an inverse U curve, because this is the raw data. This inverse U disappears once you introduce the controls. At the bottom of the distribution here, it's really due to the fact that people who vote for the left, on average, they have lower income, and we know that lower income people, they have a lower probability to give to charities. You know, but once you control for income, religion, life satisfaction, the different kind of demographics, we just see this drop at the top right of the distribution. Okay. So this survey data, it is far from imperfect for a number of reasons that I already highlighted. The first one being that this might suffer from reporting bias, and the second one is that, okay, I just have data for 2022. So I don't know how those same people behave like 5 years or 10 years before. And this is where I decided to complement this data with this administrative tax data. So basically, what the tax administration provided me in terms of information is for each of the French municipalities. So we have around 36,000 municipalities in France. I have information on the number of people who declare a charitable donation, the total amount given at the level of each of the municipality, and so the average donation at the level of each of the municipalities. Okay? So this is what I'm going to use on the left-hand side. You can either work at the extensive margin, so the propensity to give. You can work at the intensive margin, the average amount given conditional on giving, or you can look at both margin at the same time. On the right-hand side, I'm going to look at presidential election results. So I decided again here to look at these presidential election results because compared to other elections like general elections, it has the advantage of having the exact same set of candidates in each of the French municipalities. Okay, and I'm going to control for a number of socio-demographics variables, mainly from census data, so average age, gender composition, average education level, professional composition, size of the population, size of the conurbation, average income, wealth, etc., etc. Okay, and again, I'm going to introduce number of foreigners also. I'm going to introduce these controls one by one. Okay, either you can do it in a cross-sectional way, and I'm going to show you both. So you look at the 2012 presidential election results and like the charitable giving behavior like from 2013 2017, and then you do the same thing with the 2017 presidential election results, or you can use the panel structure of the data, but I'm going to turn to that later on. Okay, when you do that, here is the kind of things that you obtain. So this is the extensive margin to make it comparable to what I just showed you for the survey data. This is for 2012. You have the same plot. Let me comment one of them, the one for like 2017. So same thing exactly as before. Okay, I ranked the candidate from the left to the right. So you have Mélenchon, then you have the socialist candidate, Hamon, you have Macron at the center, you have the right-wing candidate, and you have Le Pen at the far right. And as before, the omitted voting variable here is those who do not vote, the abstainer. And what you see is that similarly to what we observed before, on average, far-right voters, it tends to give less than those who abstain in election, and that this effect is pretty stable independently of the set of controls that you introduced for each of these different communes. Okay. In terms of magnitude, I just want to highlight the fact that the coefficients I just show you here are similar more or less to what we have in the survey data. So basically what you have here is that when you have a 1% increase in the vote share for Le Pen, you have a drop by 0.2% in the share of donors, which means that if you move from abstaining to voting for the far right, so 100% increase, you have a 20% decrease in the share of donors. Okay, knowing that the share of donors among abstainers is around 35%, 20% decrease, it represents basically a 7 percentage point drop. Okay, and this was like, to be totally honest, this was even striking to me at the beginning, because survey data and tax data, they can suffer from different bias. In particular, in terms of reporting bias, they go exactly the opposite way. You tend to over-report in survey, while you can under-report in the tax data, in particular if you do not benefit from tax deductions. And despite that, the magnitude of the estimated coefficient that we have using these different data sources tends to be pretty similar. Okay. Okay, and this is robust to a number of different specifications, but we can discuss that later on if you want. So the question is to try to understand why, which is not like obvious, okay, this kind of negative relationship. Some people might say that, oh, this is just due to pessimism, which is also a characteristic that in the literature is sometimes associated with far-right voting. Here it is not the case. You can control for pessimism. It does not affect the relationship in the survey data. And in fact, if you look at the survey data, you see that on average, more pessimistic people tend to give more. They do not give less. Same thing for unhappiness. Okay. The third one that is more interesting in my view is that, okay, perhaps this is due to the fact that far-right voters, they do not have a lot of money. So they cannot contribute financially, but they can contribute through time. So they might just like substitute money with time. And in fact, so in this survey data, I don't have any question on volunteering, but we have like a survey data set where you have information both on political preferences and on the propensity to volunteer for a non-profit organization. And if anything, in fact, we also do find that far-right voters, they tend to volunteer less. So they give less both time and money, so this is not as if they were kind of a substitution effect.
Professor K, just a second, please.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions you have, anyone? You can raise question in case anything is not clear, okay? Of course, you have the option of raising question at the end also. All right, you can go ahead.
Okay. So, like the question is how to explain this negative relationship, and this is where I am going to turn to the kind of charities people give or do not give to. Okay? So I told you how I proceed for that. I did the following. So the limitation of this tax data, which is a little bit annoying in a sense, is that we do not know who benefit from charitable giving. And again, charitable giving, it means so many things. If I ask my grandmother or or like who is going to give to the Resto du Cœur, or like a young people who is going to give to Greenpeace, for example, they both contribute like to charities, but with very different motives at the end of the day. So what I decided to do is that I went and see like largest non-profit organization one by one in France, and I told them like about the research project and like asked them for basically their charity record. Okay, so I don't want any like individual level data. Same way that the tax data at the end of the day, we have the information like about the tax revenues and like donations, but we don't have the identity of the individuals. I obtain exactly the same kind of data from the charities. Okay, and so for each charity and each year that I have in this data set, as I'm going to list, I obtain information on the total amount received and the total number of donors in each of the different communes. Even if here, like for the sake of space, I decided to select the results. But what is nice is that I also have like a unique donor ID. So at the end of the day, I can observe those who enter in the charity giving, let's say, behavior, and those who exit this kind of behavior over time. The other thing that is pretty good is that with the admin tax data, unfortunately, it's not always possible to come back very far in time, in particular when you work with administrative tax data at the individual level. But when you work with the charity records, you know, some of the charities for which I have data now, I have data back to the 1980s, which is not too bad. At the end of the day, it means that you have 25 years of change in charity level behaviors in France. Okay, so I'm going to summarize all that in one table, and yes, please forgive me for the size of the table, but I am going to explain you what I do have here. Okay, so what I do here is that I show the relationship between voting behaviors and charitable giving. I am reporting here the extensive margin, so whether or not you make a donation using this commune level variation, okay, and controlling for like all the different socio-demographic variables I already referred to. Before I was introducing them one by one, here I put you like the full set of control, okay. What I did is that in the first column here, I reproduce the finding I have using the administrative tax data, okay, for the sake of comparison. And then in the other column, I introduced all the different charities. So you have like the two charities that fight against global poverty, Action contre la faim, so Action Against Hunger, Oxfam, SOS Méditerranée, that is rescuing the life of migrants at sea, Institut Pasteur, which is a charity that fights for global health, WWF, that you might know, that is a global charity for the environment. Then I have two other charities that are of interest because they are much more local. One is 30 millions d'amis. So basically 30 millions d'amis is really a charity that helps animals, but at the local level. So for example, that take care of pets, like people from time to time when they go to holidays, they tend to abandon their pets on the road, for example. This is one of the main role played by 30 millions d'amis. is to take care of this kind of pets. And this is not nothing. 30 million d'amis, at the end of the day, is around 35 million in donations every year in France. So this is a pretty large charity at the scale of a country like France. And La Cause is a small Protestant charity that helps people in a local scale, okay? And what is very striking here are two different kind of results. The first kind of result is that those charities for which we obtain the strongest negative relationship between far-right voting and the propensity to give are all these global charities, okay? And the magnitude of the effect, you know, is kind of similar across all these global charities, while we do not find any effect for the local charities. The fact that we do not find any effect is of interest per se, okay? Because it means two things. First of all, that's true, that this decrease in the propensity to give is mainly driven by the fact that you no longer want to contribute to charities that you perceive as global, okay? So you know you have this literature on like whether or not you have like global versus more communal moralism in a sense. But we do not find the opposite effect in terms of size for more local charities. So you do not substitute one from the other. You simply decide to give less, which at the end of the day is pretty consistent with the tax data, given that in the tax data you have all the different kinds of charities included, and we find this drop overall. Okay?
Excuse me, Professor Cage.
Yeah.
10 minutes. Yeah. Could you? Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. I guess I am right on time. The other kind of evidence I want to provide you is really from the Italian system. The Italian system is completely fascinating if you think about it. This is an old system in a way that was introduced in 1987 for the founding of the church in Italy. Okay, the Italian politicians were willing to find a way to use public money to fund the church, but you know, like in any country, like in France, it's the case, like the relationship between like the state and the church can be complicated. So they say, okay, how can we fund the church with public money? And what they decided to do is to give this choice to the taxpayers themselves. So basically, since 1987 in Italy, when you fill your tax form, okay, on an annual basis, you have this auto per mille, so it means 8 per thousand. You have this auto per mille box that you can check, okay? And when you check the box, you indicate the name of the church to which you are willing to attribute 8 per thousand of your total tax revenues, okay? It's very popular in Italy. It works pretty well. You look at the data, like between like 45 to 55% of the Italian taxpayer, they fill this auto per mille box on an annual basis. This has slightly decreased in recent years, let's say from 55% in 1987 to around like 48% today, but this is still pretty high, okay? And given that this was so popular in Italy, they decided to do the same to fund the non-profit sector, okay? This was first introduced in 2006 as kind of an experiment, and this was super popular, so they decided to implement it on an annual basis beginning in 2010, okay? And in this case, they called it the 5 per mille, so you do not allocate 8% of your revenues, but 5% of your revenues. And given that I cannot talk about Italy for 2 hours, even if I love this like specific case, I want to say that they decided, because it worked pretty well, to do exactly the same thing, to fund the political parties, beginning in 2014. And so now you also have the 2 per mille, when you can use 2% of your revenues to fund the political party of your choice. Something more serious, this is serious, but this is not an Italian specificity. This is what is of interest. In Spain, for example, for the past 20 years, you have had a similar system that is called originally la Castilla de la Iglesia. So it was also for the funding of the church. Now it's used in Spain to fund the non-profit sector. You have the same thing in Portugal, since similarly like 15 to 20 years. And in many like Eastern European countries, Poland now, Romania, Hungary, you have exactly the same thing to fund the non-profit sector. Okay, so this is not a specific case with no external validity. Okay, this system was first implemented in Italy, but then expanded in a number of different countries. What is of interest for me in the case of Italy is the set of choice that are given to the taxpayer. Okay, you fill your income tax returns. You can do 4 things. First, you can pick a given association, so then you enter the tax code of the association, and then the association is going to receive directly 5% of your income tax. Okay. The second thing that you can decide to do is not to pick a specific association, but to decide to support a given kind of sector. So again, there is health, environment, education, sport. You can also fund all the patrimoine, the historical construction of like Italy. You have like 10 different choices, okay? But the third thing that you can do is that you can just decide to allocate your funding to the social activities in your commune of residence. So you always have this super local choice. And the point I really want to highlight here is that some people might say, yeah, okay, people give less, but perhaps they are just not satisfied with the supply of charity. They would like more local charities, okay? Well, then the question would be, why don't we see a change in the supply of charity, but you can argue this is long run, whatever, okay? But in this case of Italy, you can always choose to give locally. Or you can decide not to do anything, okay? And despite, let's say, this very... and the other thing I want to say is that we obtained for this paper from the Italian tax agency the set of choice performed by each of the Italian taxpayers at the level of each of the municipalities. So the idea here is really like to do the same thing that we do with the admin tax data for France or the charity records for France, is to use the between municipalities and overtime variations to kind of proxy individual behaviors by using this aggregate data with a lot of socio-demographic controls. Okay? And the specification from this point of view is exactly the same one as the one I was using previously in France, except that we have a little bit less municipalities in Italy than in France. We have around 8,000 municipalities, okay? And we have the same kind of set of controls. And what I want to highlight here are two different things. The first thing, if you look at the first column, you see that the propensity to give among Fratelli d'Italia, so like the Meloni political party, so the far-right party in Italy, is lower than among, again, all the other different parties, or those who abstain, that I am like using here as before are the omitted variable. So the first thing. And the second thing is that you see that among those who made a choice, the probability to give to the commune of residence is higher among Fratelli d'Italia voters. So de facto, as before, they do have like more local preferences in a sense, but overall, despite the fact that they can always pick the local choice, they have a lower probability to make a contribution. And so I am going to finish with that, with this set of results. Like the remaining question is, what does it mean for the future? Okay? And in particular, does it mean that we should expect a further drop in the propensity to give to the charitable sectors? To answer this question, I did two things. The first thing that I did is that I used exactly the same data as before, but now I am going to exploit the panel variation in the data. Okay, I told you in the admin tax data, for example, I have like data from 2013 to 2019. Before I was just showing like some cross-section, but at the end of the day, you can control for commune fixed effect. So in a sense, you can look at how a change in the support for the far right is affecting the change in the probability to make a donation. Okay, so it's not only in this case about the baseline support. You really want to see where people convert, in a sense, to the far right, whether they change their voting behavior. And in fact, this is what we do find in the data. When you control for commune fixed effect, you do find that there is still a negative relationship between far right voting and the propensity to give. And in a sense, you can do that by looking at the delta here. So the change in the voting behavior, like between two elections, and the change on donations. And what you find in a nutshell, in the lesson that you can draw from this table, is that both the baseline support matter and the change does matter. Okay, and we find exactly the same thing if we look at the survey data. Okay, in the survey data, I told you before, we have 1 point. I survey people 1 week before the election. But in fact, I have 2 questions. I ask people about their political preferences in 2022, but I also ask them about who they voted for in 2017. And so I can look at Le Pen voter in 2022, depending on their 2017 vote. And what you do find here is that, or we can see that even better here, you find 2 things. First of all, you do find that the negative propensity to give is stronger about those that I call the Le Pen faithful. Okay, they give even less than those that voted for the first time Le Pen in 2022. And then you might tell me, yeah, but those that voted for the first time Le Pen in 2022, so the Le Pen converters, in a sense, they don't give less than abstainer. Which is true. But they give less than those that voted for the other party in 2017. So it means that if they are kept like voting for the traditional right, or for the left, or for the center, they would have given more in 2022. So you see that in a sense, both the baseline support and the change matter. So we might expect, for a given electoral popularity of the far right, a stronger drop in the propensity to give in the year to come, because we see this intensification of the effect among far right voters. Plus, if the electoral popularity of the far right were to continue growing, this effect is going to be even stronger. And I'm going to stop here because the last set of results I have, but it's okay. It's to try to understand this intensification in a sense of the preferences. And I have two sets of results. The first one is that I really looked at the way the far right deal with a non-profit organization. Okay, and I document the increasing salience in a sense of the far right criticism against the non-profit sector, and then I provide results about the growing importance given to this criticism in French media. So basically what we do in the paper is that we perform content analysis on the 10 largest French newspapers. We look at articles covering the charitable sector. Among those articles covering the charitable sectors, we look at the tone of the coverage, and we see that there are more and more negative articles, and they are more and more associated with far-right criticism against this non-profit sector. So let me finish with that, just by highlighting one thing. You might tell me, do we really care? In particular, given the fact that the charitable sector is still growing. So what do we care about? Do we care about the size of the charitable sector? Or do we care about the number of people who contribute to the charitable sector? And I do think that we really care, in particular because in basically all the countries with a large charitable sector, donations to the charitable sector benefit from tax relief. Okay? Either, by the way, corporate donations or individual donations. If this tax relief were to benefit a reduced set of donors, okay, if at the end of the day, like only 5% of the people benefit from important tax relief in order to support the charitable sector, they might be at threat. Because people might say, okay, we should not support this tax relief that only benefit a very limited set of people. So at the end of the day, this might be a threat for the entire sector from this tax point of view. And this might also be a threat for the entire sector because at the end of the day, it also made the non-profit organization depending on the willingness to reduce number of people, which is related to some work on political inequality. So looking forward to the discussion and thanks for the attention.
Yeah, so with that is the close of the session by Professor Cage. It's wonderful. So now question answer session. So yeah, people can raise hands. We have 10 minutes to go. So we can take, a couple of questions, 4 or 5, let's see.
Thank you so much, Professor Cage. That was very, very interesting. So one question I have is, did you have access to data on religious donations? I think one of the categories did mention something like that, but the reason I ask is that if I were to borrow a leaf from your research and apply it to India, I would very easily and confidently start with the hypothesis that the far right is more likely to make religious donations and not so many charitable donations. So there would be a kind of substitution, which you said is absent in your case. So I was just wondering if you have that data. Thank you.
So yes and no. I will have the data for 2021, 2022, beginning this year, because there being a change in 2021 in the tax form, where now donations to churches need to be reported on the tax form independently of the donations to other charities. So basically, in a nutshell, I will have this information in the very in the very near future. Still, here I have one non-profit organization that is a Protestant one, which do not suffer from the far right, but which do not benefit more. And I will have a second one that is a Catholic one, but they do not represent the entire church. So I'm really, it's one of the reasons why I decided not to. I'm still like, this is still work in progress because I'm waiting for this 2021-22 data so as to be able to better answer this point. But at the end of the day, still, when you read the report published on an annual basis by the different churches, one thing that is sure is that they don't see like a growing amount received. So perhaps they benefit a little bit for that, but like in terms of share of like donors, there is not a complete shift, I'm sure, for like non-religious charities toward religious ones.
Right. Yes, next please. Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. So you started with this premise that you're trying to explain how ideology, particularly far-right ideology, affects charitable giving. But what I at least interpreted out of this presentation is that perhaps what we're picking up the effect of is perhaps a decline in the trust of in these institutions or these particular charitable institutions that you have in place. Because one thing that also generates far-right support is a decline in the trust in institutions. So is it, because I don't see anything that points to the preferences for charitable giving, because this is, again, you observe this in the data and also it's self-reported and stuff like that, but maybe they still have a preference for donations, but they just don't trust these institutions, which is why.
So two things here. The first thing is that in the survey data, I have a lot of questions about trust in politicians, trust in media, trust in institutions. So they do not ask specifically charities, but they ask like institutions. And when you control for trust, de facto, if you look at the baseline data, like far-right voters, they have a lower trust level among all these different kind of individuals than other kind of voters. But when you control for that, it does not affect the negative relationship between far-right voting and the probability to give. So this is the first answer that I do have. The second one is really with respect to the Italian data. Of course, then the issue is that they might also not trust their local government. But de facto, when they are given the choice, at least not to support a given charity, but the local government, far-right voters, they don't support neither one nor the other. And the third thing that is a piece of like data that I didn't put here because I didn't want it to like jump like from one slide to the other. But for 4 of the very large charities that we have data. I was mentioning that before, back to 1980. It's of interest because in France, basically, there were very few, let's say, electoral support for the far right in the 1980s, 1990s. And the really first breakthrough of the far-right party was 2002 with the qualification of the far-right candidate. It was Jean-Marie Le Pen at the time for the second round of the presidential elections. And if you look at this long-run data and just like even like look descriptively, you see that the places that voted more for Le Pen in 2002, if anything, they were giving more before. And you really see the reversal of the propensity to give between these two kind of places, like in between 2002 and 2007. And the other thing, I was like, I'm going to talk to an international audience, not like to a French audience. So I didn't put in the slides some of my readings. But the truth is that if you read the books of a number of far-right politicians, if you listen to their speech, even during the like very last 2024 election in France, the criticism of the non-profit sector is an important part of what they do. Part of it was like always true historically. Like in particular, there were like critics against the NPO, those that help like foreigners, migrants, blah blah blah. But then you can link that to the normal between quote far-right criticism, let's say against foreigners broadly defined. But now it goes much further than that. And de facto, when I mentioned in the conclusion like threat against the existence of tax relief, This is part of what a number of right politicians now they are proposing, and they say we should no longer spend the state money to support the non-profit sector. So I really think that there is a threat, and this is not specific to the French situation.
Good enough, Professor Cage. Yeah. So we can at best take one more question because we are close to 5. So maybe one, these two, yeah, and we'll end with that. Yes, the lady in the front. Yeah. Yes.
As I understood you correctly, the framework of your research is about normative altruism, but in practice, people have a natural willing to help others. Is it possible to include in regression this component?
Okay, I will rephrase your question, but I think it's an important thing. Let's say for charities, including local charities, I'm pretty confident about what I document here and this lower propensity to give, including locally. But then one of the things that I am really missing is, let's say, the interpersonal or interfamilial like donations. All this aspect of, okay, perhaps you do not help your neighbor or you do not help the local charities. For sure, you don't want to help the global charities, but perhaps you are just giving, like you are a grandfather, more money to your grandson or daughter, or you are helping your parents, or you are helping your aunt, and this kind of things is the one dimension that is missing. And in general, then it really, this is again linked to like trust broadly defined. De facto, what you no longer want to do is to support, let's say, the non-profit sector. I'm not saying here, like there is nothing, I never use this word, not saying that you are more selfish. Okay, I'm not talking about selfishness. I'm talking about like an important part of the economy. Like in a number of countries, the non-profit sector, it represents up to 10 to 15% of GDP. This is not anything, okay? But I'm not saying that you are behaving in a bad or like poor way. And de facto, one of the things that I would like to do in the future is to redo a survey, or perhaps even like a survey experiment, where on top of questions about like giving to like charities, parties, whatever, I would be able to measures for like, let's say, at least intrafamilial giving behavior to see whether there is substitution on this this side.
That's okay, right. So the last questioner, yeah.
Thank you for the great talk. I wanted to pick up on the last implication of your result that there might be a drop in charitable funding going forward. I think it has huge implications for development aid to developing countries and also on climate finance. So linking it to the previous question on how to build trust among far-right voters, I think that developing countries really depend on development aid, which technically should go to very poor people, but is also used to fund, scientific institutions and so on. So are there any suggestions you might have on how to build trust among the far right in Europe in general, or any other ways that we can somehow support the development sector?
Okay.
Thank you.
So 2 things here. One answer with my talking as a macroeconomist. At the end of the day, we do not have to overestimate the importance of development aid for a number of countries. If you look at the share of total countries' GDP represented by development aid, it tends to be low. In a country like India, it's pretty low. Okay, and compared to a number of flows that go from outside of India, like to rich countries, because, for example, of the foreign direct investment, there is much more, in a sense, like flows that go like from poor countries to rich countries because of this FDI than flows that enter into poor countries in terms of development aid. I'm not saying that at all to say that people, rich countries should not do what they commit to do in terms of development aid. For sure, they should do it. Okay, and this 0.3% of GDP is already like super small. Okay, and if we look at like global inequalities, for sure there must be much more redistribution, like from rich to poor countries. But this is not what development aid is doing as of today. Okay, and the flows, they are like ridiculously small in a sense, and we need to be like clear on that. But then you are right, and even not talking about development aid, like just talking about this like NPO sector and how you should help and have more redistribution, like from like rich countries to poor countries, in a world where you have increasing voting support for the far right, this will be one, I think, of the largest challenge we will face at the global level. In a sense, is how you were talking normatively before, is how do you rebuild kind of global altruism in a sense. And on this, in terms of like policy implications, there is a lot that needs to be done. People doing marketing, in marketing studies, for example, they try to see and to estimate what are the kind of message that are the most efficient, and there is work that is done in this direction. But I think we need to go much further, like just improving a message like through marketing proposals, and to try to rebuild a form of like global altruism, so that to think in an ambitious way global redistribution.
So with this, we come to the end of the session. Thank you so much, Professor Cage, and everyone here who is present here in the session. In fact, it has been a very illuminating talk on this important subject of donation gap from far right, how it happened, and empirical studies that the professor had done. Taking figures from so many countries, Italy, France, and all that. I'm sure that all of you must have benefited from this talk, and there is a lot much which is available. You are not connected to professor with their studies. So with this, we like to thank you for coming here and delivering the talk on this important subject. Thank you, everyone. A small formality. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor Cage and Mr. Shankar. So I request Mr. Shankar to present a memento to Professor Cage as a token of gratitude. I appreciate all the attendees for their active participation, and I request you to please move to the parallel session. Please proceed there immediately. Thank you.